Chapter 92. Thinking of this, he suddenly relaxed a lot. Just as he was about to speed up the recovery of his mental strength so that he could leave this place as soon as possible, the mournful howl sounded again. However, this time the howl was more real. It seemed to be in human language. I'm finally out again. After being sealed in the Een of the earth for thousands of years, I finally regained my freedom. Nian Bing's heart tightened. She remembered what Hillard had said and did not dare to be negligent. She immediately summoned the light that pierced through heaven and earth from the space node, the holy radiance blade. In an instant, the golden light flowed. Her eyes, which had adapted to the darkness, suddenly felt a stinging pain. It took a long time for her to return to normal. With the golden light on the holy radiance blade, Nian Bing saw that Hillard was sitting not far from her. Other than his face being a little pale, there was nothing wrong with him. At this time, he was looking at the holy radiance blade in her hand in surprise. He was so surprised that he could not speak. Last time, when Nian Bing used the holy radiance blade to scare you and the other two away, she used magic to seal the light on the blade. Hillard drank a lot with arc light that day, so he did not notice it. At this time, seeing the blade full of light in the darkness, he was shocked. Nian Bing suddenly became more mysterious in his heart. Nian Bing was looking at herself with the axe. Compared to Hillard, she was in a much worse state. Her clothes were torn and blood-stained. If it were not for her strong body, she was afraid that she would have been turned into minced meat. Under the cover of the light aura, both of them felt refreshed and recovered a little. The Tianhua token on Nian Bing's chest felt the aura of the holy radiance blade. It emitted a gentle aura nourishing Nian Bing's body. Her mental strength recovered a lot at this moment. She looked up and looked around. This was a huge canyon. With the light of the holy radiance blade, she could not see the end of the canyon. The canyon was about 30 feet wide, and the surrounding towering stone walls were actually black. Nian Bing was surprised to find that. In this place, the light of the holy radiance blade was suppressed to a certain extent. It was not as bright as when she first entered, but the aura of light still shrouded a radius of 10 feet, making the evil aura unable to approach. Nian Bing, where did you get this saber? Hillard looked at the holy radiance saber in Nian Bing's hand in bewilderment. He kept thinking about it in his mind. In this place where the evil aura was so strong, it could repel the evil aura with just the aura of the saber itself. This was definitely not an ordinary saber. How could he not be puzzled? It was red, blue, and not this golden long blade filled with the aura of light in front of him. It was a priceless treasure. As a mage, how could Nian Bing have so many treasures? With a faint smile, Nian Bing said, "This saber was given to me by a friend. Senior, with this saber, will you be able to protect your pet and fly us out? The evil aura here is too strong. Shouldn't we leave as soon as possible?" With Hillard's pet, they flew out. It was much easier than using magic to fly out. Furthermore, his magic power had not yet recovered to its optimal state. Hillard nodded and said, "Okay, let's leave this place first." He slowly got up. Just as he was about to chant a spell to summon his pet, the shrill voice sounded again. The evil aura around them fluctuated violently. "Since you're here, don't leave. After thousands of years of loneliness, I didn't expect to see humans again. Human, I have to thank you for letting me out." He. Nian Bing's heart tightened. She sincerely stepped forward and stood beside Hillard. With the light of the holy radiance saber, the two saw a black figure slowly approaching them. The black figure was tall and thin. He did not seem to be walking on his feet. He floated forward steadily. Hillard's eyes flashed. He shouted coldly, "Who's there?" "Human? I'm not a human anymore. What a hateful aura of light. Back then, this aura of the magicians forcefully suppressed me in this bottomless abyss. However, seeing that you release me, I will suck all of your blood essence and leave you with intact corpses." As they got closer, Nian Bing and Hillard finally saw that the evil voice did not come from a person. It came from a cloud of black fog. The thick, evil fog floated slowly. All the evil aura in the surroundings seemed to be gathering in its direction. The entire cloud of fog had countless fog tentacles extending outwards. It looked extremely strange. Hillard was experienced and knowledgeable. When he saw the scene in front of him, he could not help but gasp. Nether Witch. You're a Nether Witch? You can actually see through my identity. You're not simple. It seems that you humans haven't completely forgotten about us. The aura of both of you is very good. You have a very rich, magical aura. As long as I absorb your blood, I can make another breakthrough. Maybe I can reach the realm of Great Nether Witch. I'll destroy the entire human race and then find those hateful bastards to settle accounts. Hearing Hillard call out the two words, Nether Witch, Nian Bing's heart suddenly turned cold. She had also heard of the existence of Nether Witches. It was read in an ancient book on the 4th floor of the Ice Moon Empire's Magic Guild. The so-called Nether Witch was a mutated form of dark magicians. It was also one of the 2 forms of dark magicians that were most difficult to cultivate. After a dark magician reached the realm of magic shooters, it was very difficult for him to increase his strength because the backlash from dark magic was extremely strong. Although the dark magic law was the most powerful magic of all elements, its weakness was that the caster would be devoured by the darkness. Therefore, dark magicians who reached the realm of magic shooters only had 3 choices. One was to stop cultivating dark magic and work hard to strengthen their bodies with various magic items. When their bodies reached a certain level, they could continue cultivating. This method could be regarded as the orthodox way of cultivation for dark magicians, but it was extremely difficult to cultivate. If they were not careful, they would immediately be destroyed by the powerful backlash. Dark magicians cultivated much faster than other elements in the early stages. However, after reaching the realm of magic shooters, they would stagnate because it was difficult for them to make further progress. However, there were still 2 forbidden cultivation methods in the world of dark magicians. One of them was to cultivate to become a dark magician. The so-called dark magician referred to a dark magician who used a special method to completely abandon his own body, using his flesh and blood as the price in exchange for powerful dark magic power. Although the body was gone, the soul would exist forever. Not only would the dark magic power increase greatly, but they would also no longer be afraid of any physical attacks. However, the cultivation method of dark magicians was extremely difficult. Only 1 in 1,000 could succeed. Most of the dark magicians who chose the dark magician cultivation method would end up with their bodies destroyed and their souls scattered. However, it was precisely because the cultivation of dark magicians was extremely difficult. Once they succeeded, they would immediately step into the realm of dark magician. Dark magicians were much more powerful than other magicians of other elements. They had an almost limitless amount of dark magic power and a soul body that was not afraid of physical attacks. This made them the nightmare of powerhouses. The cultivation of dark magicians required them to absorb the blood essence of other creatures. Only then would they be able to continuously increase the evil energy in their bodies. According to the book that Nian Bing had read, once a dark magician appeared, they would become the public enemy of all humans. Every time a dark magician appeared, it would bring great disaster to humans. If one wanted to defeat them, they would have to pay a huge price. At this moment, Nian Bing finally understood why this dark magician would say that he had been sealed for thousands of years. If it were a normal human, how could they survive for so long? However, dark magicians were different. They had an endless lifespan unless they were destroyed. Otherwise, they would continue to exist until the day they were destroyed. Those who cultivated dark magicians were the most evil existences. Even the world of dark magicians did not tolerate their existence. After all, dark magicians were too powerful. Moreover, The existence of dark magicians was the greatest threat to other dark magicians who also cultivated dark magicians. This was because dark magicians were the best nourishment for dark magicians. As for the third cultivation method for dark magicians to advance, it was the legendary liches. Liches were the ultimate dark magicians. Although dark magicians could also advance to the realm of God-descending magicians through continuous cultivation. Because they did not have a physical body, they were unable to release the most powerful dark magic forbidden spells. However, liches were different. They had their own physical bodies and could be said to be the advancement of dark magicians. Only dark magicians could cultivate into the strongest dark magicians. They were the true powerhouses of the dark world. When one reached the realm of liches, there was no longer any distinction between good and evil. With their powerful dark magic, even light could not be their nemesis. However, liches only existed in legends. After all, cultivating into a lich was much more difficult than cultivating into a god-descending magician. A lich that had lived for thousands of years was a very powerful existence. Even if he had been sealed, his strength was probably not something a dark magician could compare to. Not to mention that both of them had lost a lot of their strength. Even if they were in perfect condition, it would be difficult for them to contend with the dark magician in front of them. They had really hit the nail on the head this time. Nian Bing had a bitter smile on her face. She subconsciously glanced at Hillard beside her and said in a low voice, "I will try my best to hold him back. You can summon the dragon." Hillard smiled bitterly and said, "I also want to summon the dragon, but Karadiris has gone to participate in their Dragon King party. When will he be back? My mental strength is not enough now, so I can't contact him at all. We can only go all out now. I hope that the sword in your hand can suppress the dark magician more." If he was in perfect condition and had Karadiris by his side, Hillard was absolutely confident that he could fight the lich in front of him. However, in this situation, he no longer had any thoughts of rejoicing. At this moment, there was no point in regretting. Secretly, he seized every second to accumulate his mental strength. The dark magician had endured loneliness for so many years. Now that he finally saw humans, he was not in a hurry to kill Nian Bing and Hillard. In his eyes, the two humans in front of him were his delicacies. There was no possibility of them escaping. Chatter chuckled again. "Which one of you destroyed the seal? Your method of destruction is pretty good. It should be something like a divine restriction. Unfortunately, the energy was a little weak. Only with my strength did I manage to destroy the seal that had trapped me for so many years. Tell me, what method did you use?" Nian Bing's heart skipped a beat. She understood that both she and Hillard needed time to recover their magic power. The more power they recovered, the more likely they would be able to escape. She smiled and said, "Respected Mr. Dark Magician, I was the one who destroyed the seal. I just drew a magic circle by accident. I didn't expect to release you. Are you the only one in this abyss? You are really powerful. This is the first time I felt such a strong, evil aura." Hearing Nian Bing's praise, the dark magician seemed to feel very comfortable. "I wasn't the only one here. Kid, don't use the word human to describe me. I've said it before. I'm not a human anymore. Back then, when the 8 of us were running amok on the continent, we would kill anyone who stood in our way. Damn it. Later on, those bastards who called themselves gods broke the hateful divine restriction and self-destructed to create a huge amount of energy. I was about to reach the Lich realm, but I was forcefully destroyed by their divine restriction. In order to survive, I had no choice but to take the risk and transform into a dark magician. Out of the 8 of us, only Emperor Kurobutsu and I survived, but we were sealed in this place. The strong evil aura you felt was left behind by those 6 idiots who died. I alone don't have that much evil aura. It's a pity that I don't have any blood essence to absorb. Otherwise, I would have transformed this evil aura into my body long ago. If I had succeeded, I would have become the first person who cultivated from a dark magician to become a sorcerer god. At that time, I would even be able to reconstruct my body. Hearing this, Nian Bing's and Hillard's heart sank. A dark magician who was close to the Lich realm transformed into a dark magician. How powerful would he be? In other words, before he transformed into a dark magician, he had already surpassed the dark magician realm. Perhaps even the only god descending magician on the continent, the ice goddess, might not be his match. The dark magician's black fog rippled. "Kid, put away your broken blade. Damn it, although the light has no effect on me now, this aura is still annoying." Nian Bing said, "Respected Mr. Dark Magician, if I put away my blade, I won't be able to see your great form. Anyway, it can't hurt you, so let me hold it." What a joke! Putting away the Holy Radiance blade would only make them die faster. With the light aura of the Holy Radiance blade, at least Ling Nianbing and Hillard felt safer. The dark magician snorted. "What? Do you think I'm afraid of this blade? All right, I'll let you see my strength." As soon as he finished speaking, a tentacle formed from black fog reached in front of Nianbing like lightning. Nianbing didn't have time to react at all. She felt as if her body had fallen into an ice cellar, and her blood seemed to have completely frozen at this moment. The Holy Radiance blade in her hand had already been swept away by the black tentacle. Just as the dark magician said, the golden light of the Holy Radiance blade couldn't hurt the tentacle at all. The dark magician brought the Holy Radiance blade to his black fog. The black fog suddenly expanded and completely swallowed the Holy Radiance blade. The golden light disappeared, and the surroundings became dark again. "Did you see that? The light has an effect on me. No one can stop me, Safin, from doing what I want to do. I haven't spoken for thousands of years, and now I have so much more. Bastard, it's actually Sacred Teacher's Dawn Blade. Damn it, why am I so unlucky?" Safin's voice gradually weakened, but the white light became more and more intense. The Holy Brilliance saber floated in the air, looking so pure and holy. The pure white light on the saber made Nianbing and Hillard feel as if they were bathing in the spring breeze. The two of them looked at each other in surprise, reading the joy in each other's eyes. They had really come back from death's door. Who would have thought that the Holy Radiance blade would be able to injure the Lich in front of them? Underworld, which Safin seemed to be still resisting. The black mist that was as thick as liquid continued to churn. Hillard activated it. His eyes gradually turned white as he chanted loudly, "The Gate of Spirit! Open with my spirit, transcend the limits of time and space, and release the boundless ripples." Spirit ripples. Every word that came out of his mouth shook Nianbing's heart like a morning bell. With every word that came out of his mouth, the black mist would ripple violently. Its resistance to the white light released by the Holy Brilliance saber would also weaken. When the last word came out of his mouth, Nianbing could clearly feel an enormous amount of spirit ripple violently in the air. It was like a sharp blade cutting through the dark magician's black mist. Nianbing secretly rejoiced in his heart. Although he could already use 5 types of mimicry spells, he was afraid that it would be useless against a psychopath like Hillard. It was no wonder that he was willing to let him draw the magic array earlier. With such powerful spirit magic, how could she not be confident? The most frightening thing about spirit magic was that it was not affected by any other energy. Unless the opponent's spirit was stronger than the caster's, it would be very difficult to connect. This was also the reason why Hillard had such a high status in Arclight. He was a powerful dragon summoner, and possessed powerful magic that would make anyone fear. Although he was not as powerful as a god-sent priest or a priest of the ice goddess, there were very few magicians on the continent who could contend against Hillard. Under the attack of the spirit magic, dark magician Safin's resistance was greatly weakened, and his shrill screams became much weaker. Even Nian Bing did not expect that the saber used by the sacred teacher would be so powerful. In fact, when Garamandes told her about the sacred teacher, he only gave a rough description. Back then, after the sacred teacher became famous in the Yangon continent, he used the Blade of Dawn to deal with all the injustices in the world. The saber was a good one, and the sacred teacher's righteous aura was subtly absorbed by the saber. This was no longer a pure aura, but the holy aura of the sacred teacher. The dark magician was originally a practitioner of the most evil in the world. He carelessly sucked the holy saber into his body and wanted to completely crush it, but he completely activated the holy aura inside the holy saber. All kinds of positive aura burst out. Not only Safin, but even a powerful lich would not have a good ending if he swallowed the saber. Safin's resistance was getting weaker and weaker, and the black aura dispersed. Finally, when the shrill scream stopped, everything returned to normal. The holy saber fell out of the air and stabbed into the ground under its own weight. More than 80% of the evil aura in the entire abyss was swept away by the holy aura of the holy glory. Only a faint evil aura was faintly emitted in the distance, but it did not dare to approach the holy saber. The pure white light of the holy saber did not disappear, but became even more holy, and the entire saber was dyed white like jade. Nian Bing let out a long breath. Just as she was about to retrieve the precious saber that saved her and Hillard's life, something happened again. A layer of holy aura was emitted from the holy glory stone at the hilt of the saber. It condensed into a ball in the air and gradually formed a blurry human figure. Nian Bing was shocked and could not help but put her foot down. Hillard was also shocked and subconsciously prepared to attack with spirit magic. A low and ethereal voice slowly sounded. I did not expect that the spirit imprint I left in the saber would be activated. Brave humans, you did not retreat in the face of an enemy like the Dark Witch. It seems that humans are much stronger than before. Although the blurry human figure's appearance could not be seen clearly, its tall figure gave Nian Bing and Hillard a lot of pressure. Nian Bing and Hillard looked at each other and asked tentatively, "Are you the sacred teacher?" "How did you?" The white light rippled slightly and said, "That's right. I am the magician who seeks the sacred teacher that the Dark Witch spoke of. This dawn saber has been with me for many years and has killed countless evil people. Young man, are you its master now? You are indeed worthy of this saber. Back then, when your blood soaked into the saber, I could already feel it from afar. Although there are many impurities in your aura, your heart is kind. Although the path you walk is different from mine, one day you will also become a person like me. However, before that, you must guard your heart and not be blinded by hatred. I can feel that your body structure is very different from that of an ordinary human. It can be said that you are not a simple human. Even I am very surprised by the potential you possess. Properly develop your potential. All right, after this spirit imprint of mine is activated, it can only be maintained for a short period of time. I will not appear again in the future. This holy radiance saber will completely become your weapon. Use it well and don't let its brilliance be tarnished. I hope that one day, when you reach the same realm as us, we can meet again. Come with me. There is something you need here before my aura completely dissipates. I will guide you to subdue it. With it, your strength will be greatly enhanced." As soon as he finished speaking, the white light stretched out a hand-shaped radiance and grabbed the holy radiance saber, slowly floating towards the depths of this bottomless abyss. Nian Bing and Hillard hurriedly followed. The white light didn't float very fast. Their speed was just enough to keep up. While walking, Nian Bing couldn't help but ask, "Sacred teacher, do you know that Dark Witch from just now? He said that he had been sealed here for several thousand years. At that time, there were 8 dark powerhouses like him." Sacred teacher said indifferently, "That's right. This Dark Witch, Safin, was a figure of the same generation as me. At that time, there were 8 of them in total. 4 of them chose to cultivate as earth liches. However, none of them succeeded. The other 4 were dark warriors. They used their tyrannical dark do-chi to become fierce. The 8 of them once brought great calamity to humanity. Wherever they passed, not a single blade of grass would grow. At that time, I was still no match for them. However, they were too ferocious and killed countless people. Once, I encountered them and fought them to the death. Just as I was about to be killed, the light of God finally shrouded the earth. The 8 of them were already close to the power of God. In order to exterminate them, a god exhausted his life force to create a powerful restriction. In the end, only Seifin and Emperor Kurobutsu survived. In several generations, they were the strongest of the 8. Seifin and the other 3 dark magi couldn't advance to Lich at the last moment and chose to switch to Dark Witch. With their powerful dark abilities, they had a high chance of success. But even so, Seifin was the only one who survived. Later, the power of the Forbidden Land of the gods weakened and wasn't enough to kill Seifin and the Dark Warrior. Thus, they were sealed here in the suburbs of the capital. Without the supply of blood essence, the Dark Witch would gradually die. But unexpectedly, Seifin used the evil aura of his companions and a dark treasure to forcefully suppress his dark aura. That was how he managed to survive until today. Emperor Kurobutsu was still a human after all. He died long ago. Originally, Seifin wouldn't have been able to hold on for another 100 years. Without the supply of blood essence, the Dark Witch would have gradually died. But unexpectedly, Seifin used the evil aura of his companions and a dark treasure to forcefully suppress his own dark aura. That was how he managed to survive until today. Emperor Kurobutsu was still a human after all, and he died long ago. Originally, Seifin wouldn't have been able to hold on for another 100 years. Without the supply of blood essence, the Dark Witch would have gradually died. But unexpectedly, Seifin used the evil aura of his companions and a dark treasure to forcefully suppress his dark aura. Fortunately, you have my blade, and that underworld which Seifin carelessly absorbed the blade into his body, resulting in his death. Child, do you know? You almost caused a calamity for the human race. Wait until I bring you to retrieve that thing. Then we will absorb all the remaining evil energy here, so as to prevent it from harming the human race. Nianbing's back was drenched in cold sweat, nodding repeatedly, saying, "This time it was my negligence. I didn't expect that the array formation would cause such a huge disturbance." The sacred teacher sighed, saying, "Even we didn't expect that the key array formation from back then would still be recorded in the Yangon continent." Nianbing, could it be that you didn't feel that the array formation didn't have any special effects? Not only is it extremely complicated to draw, it also consumes a huge amount of spiritual energy, but the effect isn't very good, and it will even backfire on the user. Nianbing smiled bitterly. When I was researching this array formation, the magicians thought that its structure was strange and complicated, and it had lost the most important activation part, so I researched it on a whim. Later on, I discovered that using the same source of fire and ice could activate this array formation. Today, when facing Senior Hillard, this array formation was extremely effective, but I didn't expect that an underworld witch would be sealed here. The sacred teacher said indifferently, "The past is the past. In the future, whatever you do, you have to think carefully about whether you regret it. You must remember my words. Don't let hatred blind your eyes." Nianbing's body trembled as he protested, "But how can I not avenge my father? My parents can't let me die in vain." The sacred teacher sighed, saying, "It's not appropriate for me to get involved in the matters of the Yangon continent. You have to take care of yourself." This time, after the spiritual imprint was activated, I discovered that the Yangon continent has entered a rare period of peace. As long as there are no more disasters, it's good. The 2 people and the knife gradually walked into the depths of the darkness. The place where Nianbing and Hillard were originally, it became deserted again. A faint black gas condensed, forming a small black fog, underworld which Seifin's deep voice was filled with anger. Bastard, sacred teacher, you bastard. You actually destroyed so much of my cultivation. Fortunately, I have mastered the ability of Dark World's doppelganger. Otherwise, I would have been killed by you. Just you wait. After I recover my magical power, I will definitely show you. Safin didn't die, although his current strength was less than 1% of his peak. But he firmly believed that as long as he had enough blood essence, he would be able to cultivate back to his peak in a short time. After all, he still had the foundation of being an underworld witch. Sensing that the evil aura in the surroundings had weakened by 80%, Safin knew that he had to leave this place as soon as possible. The most important thing was to recover his strength first. Just as Safin was about to float away, a huge figure flew down from the sky. A soft sound of surprise rang out, the huge wings retracted, and a petite figure jumped to the ground. We finally reached the bottom. After flying so far, it's so tiring. Brother Ping Chao, your back is so hard. Next time you should prepare a cushion. Seeing that someone else had come, Safin immediately lay on the ground, not daring to make a sound. He wasn't as strong as before. This vampire's aura wasn't weak. It wasn't something he could deal with now. Ping Chao smiled bitterly in his heart. The one who flew hundreds of kilometers was him. She was sitting comfortably on his back, and she was actually complaining about being tired. This was really unreasonable, but after all, Yu was his little master. What could he say? Looking around, he asked in confusion, "Why is the aura of darkness here so much weaker? The aura I felt in True City was much stronger than this. No, something must have happened here. I summon you with my soul. Open my eye of darkness." Hearing Ping Chao's incantation, Safin couldn't help but have a bad feeling. But he was now extremely weak. The little bit of energy he had accumulated with great difficulty was no longer enough for him to hide or escape. The faint green light swept out in a fan shape. The first thing Ping Chao noticed was Underworld, which Safin's existence. Chapter 93. Even with Ping Chao's steel-like nerves, he couldn't help but be shocked when he saw Safin. He shouted, "Dark Witch!" He immediately blocked in front of Yu and raised his abilities to the limit. His blood-red eyes shone with a terrifying light. Yu was stunned at first. Then she curiously poked her head out from under the armpit and looked at the dark witch that appeared in the green light of the Eye of Darkness. She giggled and said, "What a cute little dark witch. Brother Ping Chao, are you sure he's a dark witch? My father said that dark witches are extremely powerful dark ones, but he doesn't look powerful at all." Ping Chao frowned. He kept gathering his dark energy while observing the dark witch in front of him. At this moment, Safin was complaining in his heart. He knew that he couldn't run now because he couldn't run fast with his current abilities. Once he ran, the other party would immediately realize how weak he was. They were all dark ones, so how could they let him go? He had no choice but to pretend to be cold and said, "That's right, I'm the great dark witch. You two juniors. Aren't you afraid of being destroyed for trespassing into my territory?" Ping Chao said, "Senior Dark Witch, we rushed over because we sensed your aura. My master wishes to unite all the dark forces and create a business together. Would you be willing to work with us?" As he spoke, he secretly released his dark energy and probed Dark Witch Safin. He had also sensed the problem Yu was talking about. Dark witches were extremely powerful beings. However, this small black fog in front of him didn't give him any sense of oppression. This didn't make sense. However, the black fog spoke in a human voice, and it was filled with the aura of death and evil. He was obviously a real dark witch. Ping Chao was confused for a moment, and he secretly sensed Safin's abilities. Safin snorted and said, "I'm not interested in working with you. As a powerful dark witch, I don't need to work with anyone. Since we're from the same origin, you can leave. Otherwise, I won't be polite." Yu giggled. She came out from behind Ping Chao and said, "Won't be polite? Why won't you be polite? You look so weak, like a child. Great dark energy. Please turn into an endless demonic barrier and cover everything in front of you. Show the real world eyes of truth." Yu Yu's beautiful big black eyes emitted a bright light that rippled outwards. A trace of green light flashed through her beautiful eyes. In the next moment, she had already observed the situation around her. Although the darkness aura here was not weak, it was not weak. However, it was far from being as strong as Ping Chao had described it to be, and the small ball of black mist in front of him was pitifully weak. Even his own dark magic energy could easily surpass it. Is there such a weak, dark wizard? This is the first time I've seen one. Daddy said that my baby Greenie needs a soul to become a more powerful magic tool. Since you are a little dark witch, why don't you give it to me? Since you're little, since yours go. The green light suddenly shone brightly, and the green skull that was used to deal with Kitty suddenly appeared in front of Serene. Serene green flames spurted out from the skull's eyes and turned into green flame threads that wrapped around Underworld Witch Safin. At this moment, Safin knew that no matter how much she tried to intimidate him, it would be useless. She had no choice but to gather the last of her magic power and quickly flee into the air. The black fog condensed into a small black and purple ball, and like a star, it shot into the darkness above. After all, Yu Yu was still too inexperienced. She was still unable to display the full power of her magic tool. Sapine suddenly sped up and rushed out of the threads formed by the green flames. However, Sapine had already lost her composure and suddenly revealed her cowardice. How could she be led off by someone who was also a member of the darkness? Go back. A cold voice echoed above Safin. If there were a few abilities that vampires were most proficient in, then speed would definitely be one of them. Dark Wizard Safin could easily deal with Ping Chao at his peak, but he was no match for Ping Chao in his current state. A huge dark aura pressed down like a black cloud. Safin felt his body tighten, as if he had fallen into a swamp. He couldn't break free, no matter how hard he tried. At this moment, Yu Yu had already commanded her green flames to wrap around Sapine. With Ping Chao's help, it accurately wrapped around Sapine. Sapine was gloomy. He had never thought that after being sealed for thousands of years, he would encounter such a situation when he finally managed to escape from the sea of suffering. Before he could think of anything else, the dark purple ball of energy that his body had transformed into was sucked into the mouth of the skull in front of you under the effect of the green flames. You made a few consecutive hand gestures, and the skull emitted a bright green light, completely isolating the aura of the outside world from the inside. Although Yu was just a cute little girl on the surface, and sometimes she would be impulsive because of her own preferences, but the various dark magic that she had cultivated with her father since she was young was extremely pure. She completely knew what to do in any situation. Retrieving the green skull, Yu looked at Vampire Ping Chao and asked, Big Brother Ping Chao, "Do you think this little ball is really the Dark Witch?" Ping Chao nodded and said, "It definitely is. When I came into contact with his body just now, I discovered that although his dark energy is extremely weak, he is definitely a Dark Witch. His spiritual aura is very strong, but I don't know why he suffered such a huge injury, which is why he is so weak. Yu, you have obtained a priceless treasure this time. With the Dark Witch as the soul, you will definitely be able to create an extremely powerful magic tool. However, you better not use Little Green now. I'm afraid that you won't be able to control the Dark Witch and let him escape. Let's go quickly. When we get back, I will ask Master to perfect this magic tool for you. Dark witches are very rare in this world, and those who choose to cultivate dark witches and succeed are pitifully few. I think Master might know the origin of this Dark Witch. With Master's 9 underworld demonic fire, he will definitely be able to find out everything about this Dark Witch. With him, little Master Yu's strength will definitely increase by leaps and bounds. Unfortunately, I don't know what happened here in the past, but the originally dense, dark aura has become much thinner. Otherwise, this would be a very suitable place for you to cultivate. Let's go." After saying that, Ping Chao lowered his body and transformed back into a huge bat. Yu Yu jumped onto Ping Chao's back. Brother Ping Chao, you have to fly faster. I like the feeling of speed. Sai, when we get back, I will definitely ask Father to help you become a count as soon as possible. That way, you will be able to fly even faster. The pitiful dark witch Safin had become the soul of Yu Yu's magic tool, just like that, unable to realize his dream. He could only lament within the green skull. Yu Yu and Ping Chao quickly left this dark abyss. At this time, Nian Bing and Hillard were following Holy Blade into the deepest part of the dark abyss. The dark abyss was exceptionally clear under Holy Blade's light. There was no road at all, and the intricate terrain was extremely difficult to traverse. Nian Bing and Hillard each cast a fourth rank wind spell, levitation, on each of them, so that it would not be difficult for them to advance. Hillard couldn't help but be shocked when he saw Nian Bing cast a wind spell. However, he didn't ask Nian Bing about it at this time. Although the fourth order levitation spell wasn't considered a powerful spell, it was a sign that a wind magician had advanced from the intermediate level to the advanced level. Although the levitation spell couldn't allow one to fly, it was a very practical spell that consumed very little mana. It was most suitable to be used in places with complicated terrains, and would be very effective. We're here. Holy Blade, which was floating in the air, slowly came to a stop. Nian Bing looked through the light of Holy Blade and discovered that they had arrived at the end of the abyss. In front of him was a 100,000-foot high wall that towered into the darkness. And at the bottom of this wall was a strange skeleton. The reason it was strange was because this skeleton was actually pure black in color. The black skeleton looked abnormally strange. Sitting on the wall behind it, the skeleton's skeletal hands held a long blade tightly. This long blade was different from the Holy Glory blade because it wasn't wide and thick. The blade and scabbard were only 1 inch wide, but it was longer than the Holy Glory blade. If it wasn't for the extremely strong light on the Holy Glory blade, it would be impossible to discover this pitch-black blade in the darkness. Under the light of the Holy Glory blade, the black, thin blade trembled slightly. It wasn't trembling out of fear, but rather a kind of challenge, as if it had encountered a strong opponent. A small gem was inlaid at the end of the hilt. The gem was purple and triangular, and the sharp tail of the gem poked out from the back of the hilt. It seemed that the gem itself was one of the attack methods of this blade. The dark purple gem didn't shine, and there was a faint layer of black air surrounding it, covering the reflection of the gem. Ah! Emperor Kurobutsu can be said to be the pinnacle of the warriors in the dark world, but he died here. Speaking of which, it's really sad. The sacred teacher's tone was a bit emotional, but there was also a bit of respect in his voice. The opponent that he respected, Nian Bing and Hillard, couldn't help but look at him in a new light. This Emperor Kurobutsu must have had a legendary life. Emperor Kurobutsu in our era was the pinnacle that no dark warrior could surpass. That's why he was called the Martial Emperor. After I started my martial arts career, I fought with him 3 times. The first time, he almost killed me with a knife. The second time, he used 2 knives. The third time, he used 3 knives. The third time, after he defeated me, he told me that he could have easily killed me, but he felt that I had great potential and could gradually become his knife tester, so he spared my life. In order to catch up with Emperor Kurobutsu's strength, I kept working hard. However, until the last time I saw him, I still couldn't withstand more than 100 knives from him. Among the 8 Emperor Kurobutsu and the others, the most cunning one was the underworld witch Safin, but the one who had the strength to contend with God and could make God explode to destroy him was Emperor Kurobutsu. At that time, 70% of the power of God's explosion was targeted at Emperor Kurobutsu. However, he still survived, which showed how powerful he was. In fact, Emperor Kurobutsu wasn't really evil. He was just a martial arts addict. In order to cultivate to a higher level of martial arts, he threw himself into the darkness. When he finally faced the god's prohibition, he had already surpassed the level of God Master on the continent. He had reached a level that even God feared. That's why he had to use God's explosion to destroy him. Otherwise, he would have challenged God's domain sooner or later. The respect in sacred teachers' voice became more and more obvious. The light on the holy radiance sword was obviously dimmer than before. Do you see the sword in Emperor Kurobutsu's hand? That's the Dark World's third demonic weapon, the demon devouring sword. In Emperor Kurobutsu's hands, this sword was almost invincible. The 3 strikes that I mentioned earlier were all done before the Emperor Kurobutsu left the scabbard. Emperor Kurobutsu only had this sword in his heart. This sword had already completely merged with his essence, chi and spirit. In the later stages of Emperor Kurobutsu's cultivation, he used his soul as a sword. His entire being had completely merged with the demon devouring sword. That was the power that could split the heavens and earth. Although my Dawn sword has reached the level of a divine weapon due to the increase in holy power, it can't be compared to this demon devouring sword. However, with this holy radiance stone embedded in it, it shouldn't be much worse than this demon devouring sword. Nianbing, you're lucky. Each of your swords has an extraordinary origin. At the same time, they all have powerful energy. In fact, you don't need to pursue other cultivation methods in the process of cultivation. As long as you have the power to fully activate these swords, then you're already a powerful magician. This is the first time I've seen someone use human strength to cultivate mimicry magic. Since that's the case, I'll fulfill your wish. Emperor Kurobutsu's demon devouring sword can completely fill the gap in your dark world. However, although Emperor Kurobutsu is dead, it won't be easy for you to gain the recognition of this demon devouring sword. You'll have to pay the price of your flesh and blood. If you fail, you'll at least become disabled. Are you willing to try? Nianbing was silent. As long as one was human, they wouldn't want to become disabled. However, after listening to the sacred teacher's explanation to Emperor Kurobutsu, it was impossible for him not to be tempted by this thin demon devouring sword. From the day he started cultivating mimicry magic, Nianbing knew how difficult it was to gather all 7 swords, especially the magic swords with dark and space elements. Not to mention the highest quality ones. Even the most ordinary ones were very precious and hard to find, especially the dark element magic items. They were taboo in the mainland, let alone the highest quality ones. Facing the demon-devouring sword now could be said to be the best opportunity. If he could have it, the only thing he lacked was the earth element magic swords. Darkness was mysterious to Nianbing. At the same time, it was also the field he wanted to explore the most. Hillard looked at Nianbing. Although he hated the dark element the most, he believed the sacred teacher's words without a doubt. What was mimicry magic? Could it be that Nianbing could use all types of magic? Would he want the saber? Under the circumstances that he might have to pay the price of being disabled. If it were him, what would he choose? The answer was blank. Hillard also understood how difficult this choice was. After a long while, Nianbing slowly raised his head. His eyes had become calm. There was a soft glow in his clear eyes, without any fluctuations of emotion. He calmly said to the sacred teacher, "I'm willing to try." It was only a simple 5 words, but it represented a lot of courage. Nianbing's calmness deeply shocked Hillard's heart. It gave him a new understanding of the young man in front of him. He suddenly had a feeling that he was not as good as his daughter when it came to judging people. The young man in front of him was indeed outstanding. He was so outstanding not only because of his strange magic, but also because of his temperament. Hillard looked deeply at Nianbing. His eyes had become soft. In fact, as early as when he and Nianbing fell into the abyss, he had already given up all thoughts of harming Nianbing. Nianbing did not say, but Hillard was very curious about how Nianbing's injuries came about. When they fell into the abyss from the crack, Both of their spiritual powers were very weak, especially Hillard. His spiritual powers were limited, so he could not use his spiritual magic at all, let alone summon his pet. Hillard closed his eyes and waited for his death. However, he did not die. It was Nian Bing who grabbed his arm in midair. Nian Bing's spiritual power was also very weak. When she used spatial magic to slow down, the speed of her descent was getting faster and faster. In order to survive, Nian Bing pulled Hillard as close as possible to the stone wall of the abyss and used spatial magic every time. She used all her strength to kick the stone wall a few times and used spatial magic to slow down the speed of their descent. At that time, Nian Bing used her body to protect Hillard. The scars on his body were all made by the stone wall, but Hillard was unscathed as he landed on the ground. Hillard had mixed feelings. Although he tried to maintain a calm appearance, his heart was already in turmoil. When underworld sorcerer Safin appeared, Hillard secretly decided that even if he had to sacrifice his life, he would save Nian Bing and return the favor. However, in the end, it was Nian Bing's saber that saved them. At this moment, in order to obtain more power, Nian Bing resolutely chose to try. Hillard admitted that he could not compare to this kind of courage. The sacred teacher's voice became even more benevolent. Nian Bing, do you really want to ask Chu for help? There is no medicine for regret in this world, even on the continent of gods. I hope you can understand. Nian Bing nodded firmly. I am willing to try. How can I get something without paying a price? I understand this. Sacred teacher, please tell me what to do. The sacred teacher said, I have brought you here and told you the price you may have to pay. As for what to do, it is up to you. If you want the demon-devouring saber to acknowledge you, it is equivalent to gaining Emperor Kurobutsu's approval. This depends on your determination. I believe that you will succeed. Nian Bing was slightly stunned. Do you want me to think of a way? A blank look flashed across her eyes. She nodded and walked with firm steps to Emperor Kurobutsu's remains. Without touching or testing, Nian Bing could clearly feel the steel-like feeling of the black skeleton left behind by Emperor Kurobutsu. It was no wonder that the sacred teacher praised her so much for being able to practice martial arts to such a degree. A faint smile appeared on Nian Bing's face. She knelt on one knee and firmly reached out her hand to grasp the end of the demon-devouring saber. The black scabbard was so icy. It was completely different from the morning dew saber. In an instant, Nian Bing's body trembled violently. All kinds of illusions kept appearing in her mind. The illusions were not very clear, but Nian Bing seemed to see everything that had happened to Emperor Kurobutsu when he was alive. Those scenes were filled with a feeling of power. This thin saber in Emperor Kurobutsu's hands was filled with a domineering aura that filled heaven and earth. Vaguely, Nian Bing seemed to feel that Emperor Kurobutsu was not dead. The cold, dark aura was so pure. The pure darkness contained evil that was many times more powerful than before the holy radiance saber dispelled it. The evil power of ice kept stimulating Nian Bing's body, as if it was about to trigger something. The heavenly flower, Token, emitted a gentle aura. Under its guidance, the power of ice and fire was completely released, fusing into a red and blue ball of light. Although it could not dispel the evil aura, it could protect her mind and cooperate with the heavenly flower Token to prevent her mind from being invaded by evil. What Hillard saw from the outside was another scene. Nian Bing was kneeling on one knee. His body was surrounded by red and blue light, and the outermost layer was a circle of holy white aura. The demon-devouring saber was full of darkness. Black foam covered the skeleton left by Emperor Kurobutsu. It seemed to be an exchange of energy, but it also seemed to be a mutual attack. Hillard knew that at this moment no one could help Nian Bing. The only person who could help him was himself. Unconsciously, Hillard had already clenched his fists. He suddenly realized that this young man who repaid evil with kindness was so important in his heart. Nian Bing did not know how much time had passed. At the last moment, all the illusions merged together. All he saw was a saber, the demon-devouring saber. It was a domineering and evil saber. When Nian Bing opened his eyes, he found that he had already stood up. The demon-devouring saber that Emperor Kurobutsu held tightly in his hand was also in his hand. In contrast to the holy radiant saber, this narrow saber seemed to be weightless in his hand. It was extremely light in his hand. The cold, evil aura on the saber was like a silent, demonic beast that was always calm. Nian Bing understood that he had yet to gain the recognition of this saber. He had only gone through the first test of the demon-devouring saber and the Black Martial Emperor. He firmly believed that this saber had its own spirituality. Furthermore, its spirituality was the best of all the treasured sabers he had obtained so far. He held the scabbard with one hand and the hilt with the other. Bing Ling felt that the saber seemed to be more powerful, especially the evil aura. Nian Bing understood that the time to test himself had come. A faint cold light appeared in his eyes. Nian Bing pulled the demon-devouring saber out of the scabbard with his right hand. The saber was the same as the scabbard. It was also dim. Even under the light of the holy radiance saber, there was no reflection. Nian Bing held the hilt and slowly raised the demon-devouring saber. The black saber was only slightly curved in front. Although the saber was very thin and light, it was filled with a sense of fullness when held in his hand. It was as if the saber could cut through all obstacles. His wrist moved slightly and looked at the pure black saber. Nian Bing said softly, demon-devouring saber, from now on, I am your new master. I am not as powerful as Senior Black Martial Emperor, but I will not let you be humiliated. One day, I will let you shine with the most dazzling brilliance. After saying the last sentence, Nian Bing's eyes suddenly shone brightly. Amid Hillard's exclamation, he threw the demon-devouring saber into the air. The demon-devouring saber disappeared in the air. Nian Bing stretched his left arm out to the side and closed his eyes. His purpose was very simple. He wanted to use his left arm to gamble whether the demon-devouring saber would accept him. He firmly believed that sabers had spirituality. Hillard's heart suddenly tightened, but he did not stop Nian Bing. Since Nian Bing had made his choice, he respected this courageous choice. The spinning saber appeared again, but it was not as fast as when it was thrown up. It fell in the direction of Nian Bing's left arm. No one doubted that if the saber fell on Nian Bing's left arm, it would definitely be cut off. Hillard closed his eyes. With a soft clink, the blade fell to the ground. Half of the blade was already embedded in the hard rock. Nian Bing and Hillard opened their eyes at the same time. Their target was Nian Bing's left arm. His left arm was still there, but there was a thin red mark on his forearm. Fresh blood dripped from the red mark and dripped onto the sharp purple gem on the handle of the demon-devouring blade. The gem was dyed red, and the originally dull blade suddenly burst with a red glow. The purple gem lit up like a lamp. Although it was not as bright as the other gems in Nian Bing's possession, it contained a large amount of dark energy. The moment it lit up, the light on the demon-devouring blade fluctuated violently and weakened by half. With a soft hum, the demon-devouring saber trembled slightly. It was a sound of desire, as if it was reawakened by Nian Bing's blood. A strange scene appeared. Emperor Kurobutsu's steel-like black skeleton suddenly changed. The black skeleton melted like snow, forming a cloud of black powder that floated up and surged toward the red light on the saber. When the red light came into contact with the black powder, it completely digested the black powder. The powder gradually disappeared, and the red light on the saber turned dark red. The light on the purple gem gradually faded and returned to its original appearance. A circle of black air floated up from the saber and wrapped around Nian Bing's left arm. With a bang, the saber flew toward Nian Bing's hand under the guidance of the black air. Nian Bing subconsciously open her palm and firmly grasp the handle of the demon-devouring saber. When she touched it again, it felt completely different. Although the evil was still there was no sense of invasion. As if it was connected to her flesh and blood, the demon-devouring saber seemed to have become an extension of her left arm. She slowly raised her arm, holding the saber horizontally in front of her eyes. Nian Bing revealed a faint smile on her face. "Your courage has been acknowledged by the devouring devil. Use it well. No matter how evil a blade is, when used properly, it can still be a blade of justice. I'm going back. Your renamed Holy Radiance blade will no longer have my spiritual imprint. It will truly become your blade. Use it well. Just like you said, don't let these divine blades of yours down. One day, let them shine with the light they deserve. Oh, by the way, there's one thing I need to remind you. When the demon-devouring saber was in Emperor Kurobutsu's hands, it had a title called the Ancestral Curse of Eternal Hell. Once your heart is filled with hatred, there is a possibility that the curse will be activated. Even I don't know what will happen then. I hope that such a situation will not happen. Since it is called a curse, it will not be a good thing." The white radiance also dimmed. With a light ding sound, the Holy Radiance blade was inserted into the ground. The sphere of white light formed by the sacred expert floated away, but the Holy Radiance blade still flickered with a pure and holy white radiance. Nian Bing walked in front of the Holy Radiance saber. She grabbed the handle of the saber and stretched out her arms. The aura of light and darkness stimulated her body at the same time. Ice and fire came from the same source, and the red and blue mana expanded a little under the strong stimulation. Suddenly, clear black air rapidly condensed around the demon-devouring saber. Circles of black air continuously poured into the saber, and the evil aura in the surrounding air rapidly weakened. The demon-devouring saber did not change, but the evil aura it gave Nian Bing became stronger and stronger. Minutes and seconds passed, and Nian Bing still maintained his original position. Finally, when the last of the black air surged towards the demon-devouring saber, its scabbard on the ground turned into powder, and the stone walls around the bottomless abyss turned gray. The original black evil aura completely disappeared. Nian Bing understood. After the demon-devouring saber recognized her as its master, it absorbed all the remaining evil aura and sealed it in its own body. At this time, Nian Bing could not help but feel a little confused. Was it a good thing or a bad thing that she obtained this dark blade? The sacred teacher just said that no matter how evil the saber was, as long as the person was not invaded by evil and hatred, the demon-devouring saber could still be used in the right way. That's right. The saber was not wrong, only the person was wrong. He understood that if he wanted to truly master the demon-devouring saber, he still had a long way to go. Demon-devouring saber, I'll take you to devour all the demons in the world. Previously, when the demon-devouring blade had struck down, its blade had indeed touched Nian Bing's arm. However, it had merely slid past the surface of his arm and landed on the ground as it spun. The red mark on Nian Bing's left arm was only a small wound. Not even his muscles had been injured. Chapter 94. When Nian Bing felt the coldness of the demon-devour blade, he really thought that he had lost his left arm. However, when the demon-devour blade touched the ground, he clearly felt the call of the demon-devourer blade to him and its love for Emperor Kurobutsu. At that time, he understood that he had been recognized by the Dark World's magic weapon and had become its new master. The dimensional ring flashed with a silver light, and Nian Bing kept the holy radiant blade and the demon-devourer blade into its space. Suddenly, the gem on the dimensional ring that did not shine much suddenly shone brightly, and the whole gem completely turned into a crystal-like silver. Under Nian Bing's surprised gaze, the ring seemed to have integrated with his finger. The silver light surrounded his finger and disappeared, but the gem on the ring still maintained its crystal-like silver color. What's going on? Did the dimensional ring change? It has evolved. You have kept so many top-grade treasured blades in this not-so-top-grade ring, and under the influence of various auras, it has slightly evolved into a better spatial magic item. It can make storage magic items evolve, which shows the magic of your treasured blades. Master them well. I believe that one day you will surpass us seniors and become a strong human being. Nian Bing looked at Hillard and smiled. Senior, thank you. We should go out now. I think you should be able to summon your pet now. Hillard nodded with a smile on his face. He walked to Nian Bing and said, Don't call me senior anymore. I'm older than you. You and Kitty are friends, so just call me uncle. Uncle? Nian Bing looked at Hillard in surprise. You don't object to my relationship with Kitty anymore? Hillard sighed softly. If it's destined by the heavens, how can we force people to do anything? After everything that happened today, I have understood a lot of things. Nian Bing, you repaid evil with kindness. Not only did you not care that I wanted to kill you, but you saved my life after I fell into the abyss. Just for this, I already owe you too much. You're a very good lad. Even if Kitty really chooses you when she grows up, I can rest assured. So, there is nothing to worry about. You and Kitty are friends, and I hope we can be friends, too. I owe you my life. Nian Bing stretched her body and smiled. She said, The feeling of the sky being clear after the rain is really wonderful. Uncle Hillard, don't worry. I really do treat Kitty as my little sister. It was getting late. You should go back, or Kitty will be worried. I think it's better for me to leave by myself. The cooking competition in Talu must be over, so there's no point for me to go back. I'll go somewhere else. Only when I have more experience can I grow better. One day we'll meet again. Goodbye, Uncle. Take care. Ice, you are the representative of cold. Fire, you are the source of heat. Ice and fire, please allow me to combine your characteristics. Using your common source as a guide, let's resonate. She crossed her hands in front of her. The red triangle and the blue triangle intersected, forming a red and blue hexagram. The surging magical aura revolved around Nian Bing, and the hexagram in front of her shone brightly. Hillard looked at Nian Bing and smiled. Lad, you taught me a lesson last day. I also believe that one day we will meet again. Bon voyage. Nian Bing nodded with a smile. In the silver light of the dimensional ring, the wind of freedom jumped into Nian Bing's hand. White wind of freedom. You can see everything in the world. You can go to every corner of the earth. I beg you, become my wings and fly with me. Green light surrounded the hexagram of ice and fire. Guided by the wind of freedom, it enveloped Nian Bing's body and levitated into the air. Although the speed was not fast, his body was moving slowly. In the air, Nian Bing waved at Hillard. Hello, Uncle Hillard. Seeing Nian Bing gradually disappear at the end of the abyss, Hillard smiled. The ability of the dragon's body, a mimicry magic that uses ice and fire as a guide, can be used on a human. Nian Bing, you really are a strange magician. Perhaps you will be the first all-element mage on the continent. I look forward to the day when you shine. Under the protection of the wind, Nian Bing finally flew out of the underground abyss. He breathed in the fresh air of the surface again. The feeling of being reborn made him feel very comfortable. He didn't land immediately. Instead, he simply determined the direction and flew towards the southwest. As he flew, Nian Bing looked at the proud sky, sword in his hand. He thought to himself, when will I be able to freely control the mimicry magic without using these magic swords? Only then will I be able to truly master the techniques of this magic. After what had happened last night, Nian Bing had a better understanding of the power of magic arrays. He had been able to suppress a powerful existence like the dragon summoner, Hillard, with just an ancient magic array. If he could dig up more ancient magic arrays, it would be of great benefit to his future magic training. When he thought of the ancient magic array, he couldn't help but think of a place. Although he had only been there once, he clearly remembered how many records of magic arrays there were. His father had once told him that if he could completely comprehend the magic books there, he would at least be able to reach the realm of Magister. This time he was going to participate in the new magician tournament, so he could think of a way to see if he could successfully sneak in. Somewhere in the Longmu Empire, the air in the forest was always so comfortable, but the atmosphere was not as relaxed as the air. Feng Su looked at the wooden house in front of him with a solemn expression. This was not an ordinary wooden house. Around the wooden house was the most primitive ancient magic array of the Feng people. It was specially used to imprison the criminals of the Feng people. The second one to escape from here was actually you. Feng Yen, oh Feng Yen, you must have never thought that your daughter would be the second one to escape from here. Go, all of you go. Do the heavens really want to destroy the entire line of the Feng people? At this point, 2 streams of tears flowed down Feng Su's aged face. He seemed to have aged even more after the stab. Big brother. Feng Kong walked up behind Feng Su. Maybe we pushed her too hard. Feng Nu is still a child after all. Every girl has a longing for love. A red light flashed, and the tears on Feng Su's face evaporated. He snorted coldly. As the hope of the Feng people, she should have known what to give up long ago. Besides, do we lack talented youths? Brother Kong, you don't have to defend her. There is still time before the Phoenix Nirvana ceremony. We must capture Feng Nu, otherwise we won't even have a chance. Kong Di, Feng Nu was the closest to you since she was young. Take Feng Xiang, Feng Di, Feng Yu, and Feng Shen and set off now. I don't believe we can't catch her using her aura. Feng Kong sighed. He wanted to say something else, but when he saw Feng Su's desolate back, he shook his head and turned to leave. Somewhere in the forest, her long pink hair fluttered in the wind as she sped through the forest. She was all too familiar with this forest. Even with her eyes closed, she would never go wrong. I'm sorry, Elder. I have to go. I love Nianbing. Nianbing died because of me, but I didn't even get to see him for the last time. I'm going to collect his body and guard his coffin for 2 years. Don't worry, I'll definitely rush back before the Phoenix Nirvana ceremony. At this moment, Phoenix Maiden's heart was filled with sorrow and longing for Nianbing. Feng Su was wrong about one thing. As the hope of the Feng people, Feng Nu always knew how heavy her responsibility was. She also knew how big of a blow Feng Yan's death was to the Feng people. The first time she saw Nianbing, she had a good impression of the handsome young man when Nianbing personally cooked her a pigeon meal. Although he had a deep grudge, although he had distant goals, he was so outstanding. After that, every time she saw Nianbing, Feng Nu would be shocked to see the changes in him. She could also clearly feel the trace of sorrow in Nianbing's heart. Both of them had no parents, so Feng Nu sympathized with Nianbing. Her good impression of him quickly increased. But even so, Feng Nu only saw Nianbing as a friend. She knew that she couldn't easily fall in love, especially with outsiders. She represented the future of the Feng people. In the Fire Dragon Cave, Nianbing told Feng Nu of his love. Feng Nu suppressed the emotions in her heart and told him of her difficulties. Nianbing didn't make things difficult for her. At the last moment, he was willing to sacrifice himself to save everyone. All of this left a deep mark in Feng Nu's heart. At that time, although she didn't know whether Nianbing was alive or dead, Feng Nu could guess that Garamandes, the Dragon King, might not hurt Nianbing under the temptation of food and the Dragon God's rules. At that time, she still didn't release her feelings. In her heart, her people were the most important. When she saw Nianbing again at the Duke's mansion and saw that he had returned safely, Feng Nu's emotions won over her rationality, and she threw herself into Nianbing's arms. However, in just an instant, she regained her rationality. She knew that it wouldn't benefit her or Nianbing, so she chose to avoid him. However, she didn't expect that Elder Feng Su would send Feng Xiang to kill Nianbing. When she heard the news of Nianbing's death from Elder Feng Kong, the suppressed feelings in her heart finally broke through the layers of barriers and broke through all the taboos in her heart. It was only at that moment that she realized that the name Nianbing had firmly occupied her heart. She loved Nianbing and only had Nianbing in her heart. However, he had already died a light death. He was killed because of her. The handsome young man who had once saved her, the man who had no parents like her, had passed away just like that. His revenge had yet to be avenged. He had also suppressed his love for her and thought of everything for her sake. However, he had died just like that. When Feng Nu woke up, she had already returned to the Feng people. Elder Feng Su had locked her in a restricted room and told her to ask Chu Li to punish her by confining her. Feng Nu indeed wanted to ask Chu Li. She understood 3 things. The first was her love for Nianbing. She knew that she wouldn't be able to fall in love with another man in her life. The second was when she thought of Nianbing, whose corpse was still in the forest. He was dead, and no one even took his corpse away. No matter what, she had to bury him so that he could rest in peace. The last thing was when she thought of Nianbing's revenge. At that moment, she decided that no matter what price she had to pay, she would avenge Nianbing. Nianbing's hatred was her hatred. Although Nianbing was already dead, she swore to keep her chastity for Nianbing. Only one person had ever escaped from the Feng people's restricted room, and that was Feng Yan. Feng Nu didn't think that she would be able to escape with her own strength. However, when her emotions were completely released and her beautiful blue eyes were filled with blood-red tears because she thought of Nianbing, the restriction actually laughed. The phoenix's blood tears had sent her out of the restricted room. Right now, she only wanted to find Nianbing's corpse and bury him as soon as possible. With the strength of someone who had just entered the swordsman realm, traveling was nothing for Feng Nu 10 days later. She had already returned to the forest, where Nianbing was killed. However, she couldn't find Nianbing's corpse even after searching every inch of the forest. Was it eaten by a wild beast? Impossible. The forest was very close to the Ottoman Empire's capital. The ferocious beasts here had already been swept away. However, where did Nianbing go? Could it be that he didn't die? Did the elders lie to me? With a nervous heart, Feng Nu entered Alin City. Alin City was the same as before. However, when she arrived at the entrance of the Duke's manor, she hesitated. Whether it was Urian or the Duke of Blue Feather, neither of them were people she could fight against. Should she go in and ask them? After a moment of hesitation, Feng Nu gritted her teeth and walked towards the Duke's manor. She believed that Urian was of the same race as her. She didn't come here to seek revenge, so she might not hurt her. Just as Phoenix Maiden Huaibei was about to enter the Duke's mansion, the door to the Duke's mansion opened. A familiar figure entered Phoenix Maiden's eyes. "Zi Qianjian, is that you?" Feng Nu asked tentatively. Zi Qianjian was wearing a set of silver armor, specially made for him. It complemented his majestic figure even more. He was about to go out to buy some things he needed, but he didn't expect to meet the person he had been thinking about for a long time. Feng Nu Zi Qianjian's voice was filled with 80% excitement and 20% surprise. He walked up to the Phoenix girl. His resolute face was a bit uneasy. He didn't know what to say when he saw the Phoenix girl. "Brother Qingjian, why are you here?" Feng Nu asked in surprise. Zi Qianjian looked at Feng Nu and couldn't help but feel pain in his heart. He hadn't seen her for a few months, and Feng Nu had changed. She was much more haggard than before. Her eyes were dim, and her skin had lost its usual luster. Although she was still as beautiful as before, it was clear that she had suffered a lot from the travel. "Feng Nu, what happened to you? You look very tired. After we parted ways, my sister and I came here to join the army. I became the disciple of the Duke of Blue Feather and am now a member of the Silver Feather Knights." Became the disciple of the Duke of Blue Feather? Feng Nu was overjoyed. Since that was the case, she didn't need to enter the Duke's mansion. It saved her a lot of trouble. She hurriedly asked, "Brother Qingjian, did you see Nianbing after that?" He came here before. When Zi Qianjian heard Feng Nu mention Yanbing, his heart couldn't help but sink. No matter how careless he was, he could feel that Feng Nu's heart wasn't with him. He sighed inwardly and said, "Of course I saw him." However, Yanbing didn't stay here for long. He left with that dragon. When he left, my sister and I were the ones who sent him off. Feng Nu trembled. "Brother, are you sure? When did you send Yanbing off?" Zi Qianjian thought for a moment and said the date. Feng Nu carefully calculated. It was exactly 2 days after she found out about Yanbing's death. Her heart trembled. "Why, Elder Kong, did you lie to me?" "Yanbing didn't die. Feng Nu's delicate body trembled uncontrollably. She couldn't stop her tears from flowing down. At this moment, she looked so weak. She didn't look like the swordsman at all. At this moment, her heart was filled with endless longing for Yanbing. "Feng Nu, are you all right?" Zi Qianjian looked at Feng Nu. Although he didn't understand why Feng Nu was crying, he could vaguely guess that it had something to do with Yanbing. After all these years, he really didn't have any hope. Although the feeling of having a dead heart wasn't good, he still controlled his emotions. However, Zi Qianjian still controlled his emotions and did not reveal them. After all, both Yanbing and the Phoenix Maiden could be considered as his sworn friends. He could only bury his love for the Phoenix Maiden deep in his heart. Feng Nu wiped away her tears and asked, "Brother Qingjian, are you sure Yanbing is all right? Then where did he go?" Zi Qianjian nodded firmly. "He's fine. What can happen to him when he's with a dragon? That dragon still needs him to cook. I heard from Yanbing. He seems to be going to the Huarong Empire to participate in some new magician competition. He's probably on his way. That competition won't start until a few months later." Feng Nu's beautiful eyes lit up. In an instant, the lost luster seemed to have been restored. She looked deeply at Zi Qianjian and said, "Thank you, Brother Qingjian. I'll be leaving first." Her figure flashed. She couldn't care less about shocking the world. She headed south as fast as she could. Seeing Feng Nu's disappearing figure, Zi Qianjian fell into a daze. He sighed heavily and turned to walk back to the Duke's residence. He was no longer in the mood to go shopping. "Qingjian, it's you." The door to the Duke's residence opened and a graceful figure walked out. Yu Ruian looked so noble in her blue dress. "Greetings, mistress." Ever since Zi Qianjian heard from Duke Bluefeather that Yu Ruian was the #1 expert of the Ottoman Empire, he was full of admiration for this mistress. Thus, his tone was very respectful. Zi Qianjian was a straightforward person. His change in expression immediately attracted Yu Ruian's attention. "Qingjian, what's wrong with you? You seem a bit unhappy." Zi Qianjian sighed softly. "Mistress, I just met Feng Nu. I heard from Brother Lan's son that Feng Nu and the others attacked you last time. Can you not pursue this matter?" "What, Feng Nu?" Yu Ruian trembled. Thinking of the possibility Nianbing said, she immediately asked, "Where is Feng Nu?" "Where is she?" Zi Qianjian misunderstood Yu Ruian's meaning and said cautiously, "Mistress, please don't make things difficult for her. I think that Feng Nu doesn't mean to make things difficult for you." Yu Ruian frowned. "You silly boy. When did I say that I would make things difficult for her? Hurry and tell me where she is. I need to go immediately to talk to her about something." Zi Qianjian's concern for Feng Nu prevented him from telling the complete truth. "Feng Nu has already left for a while. She might be going to find Nianbing." "Mistress, what business do you have with her?" Yu Ruian smiled bitterly. She thought to herself, if Feng Nu really is my daughter, but she doesn't enter the house, then it's really sad. With Feng Nu's abilities, it won't be easy to chase after her if I can't determine the exact direction. Forget it. Since she went to find Nianbing, the truth will come to light. I hope they can meet soon. Nianbing felt extremely regretful that he didn't participate in the last round of the Hualong culinary competition. It wasn't for the prize money nor was it for the qualification to participate in the God of Cookery competition. It was because of Little Tian. As Nian Bing's biggest opponent since his debut and the user of the Yin-Yang Harmony Tai Chi hand, Nian Bing really wanted to have a fair fight with him. The reason why he chose to leave instead of going back to find Little Tian was because of time constraints. After obtaining the demon-devouring blade from the Dark World, Nian Bing's thirst for power grew even stronger. To him, magic was more important than culinary skills. Therefore, he chose to arrive at Dutian City earlier to use the remaining time he had to cultivate. At the same time, he wanted to use more time to perfect his 7 elemental culinary skills. Only then would he have a complete set of culinary skills. Only then would he be able to better compete with the Tai Chi hand. Unfortunately, he still lacked an earth elemental magical blade. However, he wasn't in a hurry now. After all, it was rare to get a treasure of that level. Nian Bing felt more and more that his luck was really good. Flying forward was completely out of the control of the terrain. In order not to attract attention, Nian Bing deliberately chose a more desolate terrain. However, it wasn't far from the official road. This way, he could fly away from the crowd and rest assured. He floated to the ground and stretched his body. He drew 2 triangles in front of his chest with his hands. The red and blue lights intertwined to form a 6-pointed star of the same origin of ice and fire. Nian Bing shouted softly. Under the guidance of his spiritual power, 6 lights flew out of his space, ring one after another. The dense aura of treasures floated out. Under the control of the 6-pointed star of the same origin of ice and fire, the lights slowly revolved around Nian Bing's body. Nian Bing's heart was filled with a sense of accomplishment. He pointed his hands in front of him and pressed them down. Freeze! The 6-pointed star of the same origin of ice and fire instantly expanded and imprinted itself under Nian Bing's feet. The red and blue lights of the 6 lights instantly inserted themselves in the center of the 6-pointed star under Nian Bing's feet. The other 4 lights firmly inserted themselves around the magic array. The 6 lights shone, forming a dense light barrier around Nian Bing's body. Nian Bing smiled with satisfaction. This was the magic of the same origin of ice and fire. There wouldn't be a situation where the magic power couldn't be connected. He looked at the 6 divine blades around him. Nian Bing couldn't help but whisper. The sigh of the ice goddess, the roar of the fire god, the whisper of the wind of freedom, the dawn piercing through heaven and earth, the 6-pointed star of divine design, the eternal curse of hell. It was you who gave me such powerful magic power. You are my hope for the future. Perhaps it felt the fluctuation of Nian Bing's spiritual power. The dense treasure chi rose and became denser. With a smile, Nian Bing's eyes shone brightly. He pressed his hands down and gently patted down, triggering the dense treasure chi. Then he stretched out his right hand with his palm facing up. The first thing that appeared was a blue ball of light. It wasn't magic, but pure magic power. The blue ball of light emitted a cold aura. Then the blue light suddenly turned red, then green, then white, then silver, then black. The 6 colors of light alternated. The various magic elements in the air constantly revolved and rose around Nian Bing's body. Feeling the various characteristics of the magic elements during the transformation, Nian Bing was deeply immersed in it. His own ice and fire magic power were constantly strengthening in this magic array of ice and fire. The magic power consumed by flying was quickly replenished. This was his main cultivation method now. Unfortunately, this method of cultivation was too eye-catching, so it could only be done in the wilderness. Otherwise, if someone saw it, they would definitely be tempted by his 6 divine blades. In the process of cultivating magic power, Nian Bing did not forget to cultivate his spiritual power. It had become a habit of his. His spiritual power was completely released, covering a range of hundreds of feet. Even if there was only a slight movement in the wind, he would be able to feel it immediately. This way, Not only was it beneficial for his spiritual power training, but at the same time it could protect him from enemies that suddenly appeared. Light flashed, and a layer of light rose from the 6 divine blades at the same time. Nian Bing's heart suddenly had a trace of understanding. It wasn't because of magic, but because of his feelings towards cooking. After obtaining the demon devouring blade, he felt that he hated the smell of blood. He didn't hate killing people, but he hated the smell of blood on the blade. He was a chef. If his blade had the smell of blood on it, how could he cook? The 6 divine blades were not only his magic blades, but also his kitchen knives. As a chef, it was necessary to respect his cooking utensils and the people who ate his food. At this moment, Nian Bing decided that unless it was when he was cooking, he would never let his divine blades be stained with the smell of blood. Although before today, even if his blade was used to kill enemies, it was only the light on the blade. However, from now on, he had to be extra careful. He couldn't let these divine blades become his killing weapons. They were magic blades, and magic could also be used to deal with enemies. His spiritual power activated the energy in the magic array. With a buzz, the heaviest Holy Glory blade had already jumped into Nian Bing's hands. He held the Holy Glory blade with both hands and raised it above his head. After the sacred teacher appeared, the holy aura on the Holy Glory blade became even more intense. The red and blue light of the same origin of ice and fire magic array suddenly became brighter. Nian Bing chanted, "With the dawn that penetrates the heaven and earth as the guide, bring the warm light to the earth, the pure and holy light. Please merge into one, condense between heaven and earth, and become the holy light that purifies all things." The white light suddenly rose and shot into the sky with the dawn blade as the center. The range of the light was just right to cover the magic array under Nian Bing's feet. Except for the demon devouring blade, the other divine blades let out a cheerful sound in the holy light. Nian Bing was using the holy light to dissolve the evil aura on these divine blades. Only the demon devouring blade emitted a layer of black fog. When it came into contact with the holy light, it made popping sounds. Nian Bing didn't stop there. He returned the holy radiance blade to its original position and switched to another blade. He also cast a level 7 spell. However, he was stunned when he switched to the last blade. As a mage, he wasn't familiar with the incantations of dark magic. Although he had seen some dark magic incantations in the library before, he had never thought of using them. Furthermore, most dark magic incantations were incomplete, and the incantations were very difficult to chant. Therefore, he didn't know many dark magic incantations. He didn't know how to chant them all at once. Looking at the long and narrow demon-devouring blade in his hand, Nian Bing vaguely felt that if he wanted to truly master mimicry magic, the key wasn't whether he could obtain an earth-type blade, but whether he could truly control this demon-devouring blade. With the same origin of ice and fire as a guide, Nian Bing used 5 level 7 spells in succession. There was no problem with his mental strength, but his mana was somewhat depleted. Even for a magic shooter, continuously using such high-level spells would be a huge burden. Fortunately, Nian Bing's mental strength was extremely abundant, so he was able to hold on. Returning to the state of meditation, Nian Bing recovered his depleted mana. From the beginning to the use of magic to the final meditation, it was a complete cultivation process for Nian Bing. Every time he went through such a process, he would have some enlightenment in the final meditation, and his mana would also improve to a certain extent. For Nian Bing, there was no distinction between day and night now. Every time he flew for about 4 hours, he would find a remote place to cultivate. Then he would get up and fly again. Occasionally, he would eat some simple food to satisfy his hunger. To him, not only did this not make him tired, but it also made him feel more and more energetic. He could clearly feel that his magic was constantly improving, especially in the perfection of the mimicry magic. Even Nian Bing himself did not know how long this cultivation process had passed, but his sense of direction was very strong. coupled with the memories of his childhood, he could always identify the accurate direction and move forward. Chapter 95. He was much more familiar with the flight technique than he had been at the beginning. The feeling of flying in the air was wonderful. He felt the breeze in his face and looked at the birds and clouds around him. It was such a comfortable feeling. Suddenly, Nian Bing, who was flying in the air, trembled and slowed down. Although he was still far away, he could see the city. Du Tian City was located on the Du Tian Plateau. The Du Tian Plateau was the only plateau in the southern part of the Yangon continent. In the beginning, the terrain rose slowly, but halfway through, it suddenly rose. Although there were no high mountains, the air gradually thinned because of the rise in altitude. Du Tian City was located in the center of the Du Tian Plateau. It was not far from where the terrain had just risen. From here, one could have a bird's eye view of the Du Tian Plateau. The geographical location was excellent. If an enemy could attack here, they only needed to use the height of the plateau. With the powerful cavalry of the Huarong Empire, they would be able to easily disperse the enemy's camp. Even if it was just a defense, the geographical advantage would make the huge Du Tian City as stable as a rock. Du Tian City was built on a very large area. It was known as the first city in the continent. There were 50,000 soldiers in the city, 20,000 of which were cavalry. The Order of the Flaming Lion, which was the most elite force in the entire Yangon continent, was among them. There were 10,000 people in total. They were the most powerful force in the Huarong Empire. The other 10,000 were the backup force of the Order of the Flaming Lion. They were called the Flaming Lion Cavalry Regiment. Although they were not as strong as the Order of the Flaming Lion, they could be their backup force. They were the best of the best. The Order of the Flaming Lion was the most elite cavalry regiment in the continent. At the same time, they were treated the best. Raising such a regiment was equivalent to raising 3 fully equipped heavy cavalry regiments. However, everyone knew that a single Flaming Lion was enough to destroy 3 heavy cavalry regiments. In front of Du Tian City was a moat that was 30 meters wide. The moat surrounded the city. The structure of Du Tian City was very strange. It wasn't like an ordinary city with 4 gates. It only had gates in the north and south directions. The whole city was rectangular in shape. It was narrow in the north-south direction and long in the east-west direction. Thus, the north and south walls were extremely wide. There were 8 arches on each side of the walls, which were 4 feet high and 3 feet wide. These arches could be connected to the other side of the moat through an iron cable suspension bridge. The 150-foot high walls looked extremely grand. The walls were 5 feet thick, and there was a powerful defensive magic array on them. The magicians took turns to preside. Looking at the magnificent city below, Nian Bing's eyes unknowingly became moist. I'm back. I'm back. This was his hometown. What was laughable was that he was representing another country this time. He had finally returned to the Huarong Empire, the place where his father had left so sadly. Dad, don't worry. Nian Bing won't embarrass you. In the distance, Nian Bing had already landed on the ground. He didn't want to be discovered by the soldiers on the lookout. Only 4 of the 8 gates in the north of Du Tian City were open. All 8 gates would only be open during wartime. Perhaps it was because the most elite troops of the Huarong Empire were stationed here. There was also a central army camp not far from the city. There was no defense at the gates of Du Tian City. There were only a few soldiers standing guard symbolically at each entrance. Nian Bing tidied up his ordinary clothes and strode towards the gates. As he walked, he calculated the time. There was still 1.5 months before the new magicians from the 5 countries. He could use this 1.5 months to familiarize himself with the environment of his hometown and make the final push for magic. In this competition, Nian Bing's goal was very simple. That was to defeat Qianhuan Bingyin, who represented the Ice God Tower. As for becoming the champion, it wasn't that important to him. Nian Bing firmly believed that even if Qian Huan Bingyun's magic power was higher than his, he would still have a chance with the characteristics of the same source of ice and fire. After successfully entering Du Tian City, the width of the city was reflected in the roads. Even the second largest city in the Ice Moon Empire, Ice Snow City, didn't have half the width of Du Tian City's roads. The roads were tidily paved with bluestone. Other than the many shops on both sides of the road, there was a large tree at regular intervals. The air in the city was very comfortable, although it was a plateau because the Azure River passed through the Huarong Empire, and because it was in the south, the air here was very humid. Even though Nian Bing didn't have a good impression of Du Tian City, he couldn't help but admit that it was a very suitable city to live in. Compared to when he left as a child, this city looked much cleaner. There weren't any yelling noises on the streets like in other cities. Although there were many people, the city still seemed very quiet. "Hey, little prince, why are you dressed like this? Where are you going today?" A surprised voice sounded. Nian Bing turned around and saw a middle-aged man in luxurious clothes looking at him in surprise. Was he greeting him? Nian Bing's face revealed a surprised expression. There was a plum blossom symbol on the left chest of the middle-aged man in luxurious clothes. Memories of his childhood came back to him. The plum blossom symbol represented the Plum family of the Huarong Empire. This family was above average in the Huarong Empire. The head of this family was a hereditary count. Obviously, this middle-aged man was a noble. When the middle-aged man in luxurious clothes saw Nian Bing looking at him in surprise, he walked up and said affectionately, "Little prince, although you're wearing ordinary clothes, your temperament can't be changed. My little sister has always been thinking about you. If you have time, come to our place. In a few days, we'll host the new magician competition. I think you'll definitely be the final champion. At that time, His Majesty will confer you a high position. Don't forget your big brother Plum." Nian Bing's mind raced. Suddenly, he understood something. A faint smile appeared on his face. "Hello, big brother Plum. I still have some things to do. Let's talk another day." The middle-aged man in luxurious clothes hurriedly said, Okay. Little prince, you can go ahead. If you have time, come to my place as a guest. Don't forget." After he finished speaking, he laughed and turned to leave. Standing in place, Nian Bing's heart surged with all kinds of thoughts. He didn't move for a long time. His right hand clenched into a fist. It seemed that he would also participate in the new magician competition. However, he would represent the Huarong Empire. Thinking of this, Nian Bing suddenly realized something. His eyes swept over the surrounding shops. While the passers-by weren't paying attention, he took out his bamboo hat from his space ring and put it on his head. He strode into a clothing store. "Sir, what would you like to order?" A shop assistant politely asked. Nian Bing said, "I want to buy a gorgeous piece of clothing that symbolizes my status. At the same time, I also want to buy some gold thread and needles. Do you have them here? Money isn't a problem." The shop assistant smiled and said, "Of course we do. Please come with me. You can choose from the store." Under the guidance of the shop assistant, Nian Bing followed him into the clothing store. After a while, he picked out a red and gold embroidered robe. The robe was made from the best quality fabric. It was soft to the touch, and the size was just right. Although Nian Bing spent 2 purple coins, he was still very satisfied. He also bought 2 needles and a spool of gold thread before leaving the store. With these things, it was enough for him to complete his plan. Walking back to the street, Nian Bing found an ordinary inn to stay in. After the shop assistant left, he took out the robe. He immediately took out the robe and looked at the red and gold robe. He muttered to himself, "If I remember correctly, you liked red and gold when you were young. This robe should be able to match your status." As he said this, he inserted the gold thread into the needle. Needlework was something that only women knew how to do. However, Nian Bing and Cha Ji had lived together for so many years. Their clothes were all mended by him. so this wasn't a problem for him. After carefully thinking about it, Nian Bing flattened the left chest of the robe and carefully began his embroidery work. As he embroidered, he also recalled the symbol from before. He could even use a knife technique like the rain dragon's dance with ease. So simple embroidery wasn't a problem for him at all. After a while, a fist-sized golden lion head symbol appeared on the left chest of the robe. Putting away the needle and thread, Nian Bing gently stroked the golden lion symbol. He sighed softly and said, "It's at least 80 to 90% similar. That's enough." After all, who had checked the symbol on the little prince's body? Putting the robe into his space ring, Nian Bing sank into his memories. Everything from his childhood was still so clear. "It hurts. Big brother, it hurts." A 5-year-old child fell to the ground and immediately cried out in pain. "Nian Bing, why are you so careless? Come, quickly get up. Your knee is injured. Come, I'll carry you to see a doctor." A slightly older child hurriedly helped him up. Although the older child was slightly taller than the younger child, their appearances were actually 80 to 90% similar. They both had the same blonde hair and the same blue eyes. "Big brother, you're so good. Why are you so good to me?" "Idiot, because I'm your big brother. Our father is the closest brother, and we are also the closest brothers. This will never change. Nian Bing, I will always protect you." Big brother. Her eyes were a little warm in the memories. Nian Bing still clearly remembered everything at that time. He was older than her by half a year. Among all the siblings, he was the only one who was truly good to her. Perhaps it was because his father and her father were twins. "Big brother, I'm back, but I can't go see you. Big brother, are you okay?" Perhaps our web page is only on the magician tournament. Restraining the emotions in her heart, Nian Bing stood up, put on the bamboo hat, and walked out of the inn. He still needed one more thing. Walking out of the inn, Nian Bing quickly found a shop that specialized in selling magic items. No matter which country, magic item shops had the best business. Of course, if one didn't have some strength, wanting to open such a shop was easier said than done. "Guest, what would you like to order? We have a variety of magic gems and magic items here, especially the best self-defense items. There are certainly things that you will be satisfied with." Nian Bing looked around the shop. There was a circle of counters in the shop. Behind the counter, there were all kinds of magic items hanging on the wall. With his spiritual power, he could easily detect whether the magic aura on these magic items was strong or not. But even if there were really the best items here, it was not what he needed. Moreover, how could the best items appear so casually? "I want a magic item that can change my appearance. I don't know if you have it at this time?" Nian Bing asked. The shop assistant was stunned for a moment and hurriedly said, "Sir, you also know that these special magic items are extremely expensive." Nian Bing indifferently said, "I'm just asking if you have it. Money is not a problem. As long as the item is suitable, the price is negotiable." The shop assistant somewhat regretfully said, "I'm really sorry. We originally had one here. Unfortunately, it has just been chosen by a young lady. Perhaps you can come back in a few days." Nian Bing frowned slightly as he thought to himself, "It seems like I have no choice but to choose another shop." Just as he was thinking about it, the curtains in the shop were suddenly lifted up. A young girl in red walked out from inside. Beside her was a middle-aged man who looked like a shopkeeper. At this time, Nian Bing was preparing to leave. The young girl came out from the inside and saw him. Her eyes flashed with a trace of joy. Her figure flashed and was already behind Nian Bing. Nian Bing's heart was alarmed. The bamboo hat on his head had already disappeared, revealing his long golden hair. "I knew it was you. Humph! I can still recognize you even if you change your clothes. Quickly tell me, did you secretly follow this young lady?" The voice of the young girl in red carried a bit of joy. Nian Bing turned around to look at her. He did not know this young girl. The young girl's appearance was extremely beautiful and tall. She was smiling sweetly at him. He could not help but sigh in his heart. Another one who admitted her mistake. He could only brace himself and said, "Of course I'm not here to look for you. I'm here to buy a magic item." The young girl pouted her small mouth and said, "Humph, don't give me that. I don't believe you. What kind of magic items don't you have at home? Do you still need to buy them?" The shop assistant at the side saw that the young girl knew Nianbing. He hurriedly said, "Miss Enoch, this gentleman is indeed here to buy a magic item. The item he wants to buy is the one that you just picked." Enoch looked at Nianbing in surprise and said, "Good, are you going somewhere to steal a kiss? Otherwise, why are you covering your face?" Nianbing found it funny and said, "Me? Am I that kind of person? On the other hand, what are you buying this magic item for? According to your logic, aren't you going to?" Enoch's face turned red. She looked at Nianbing with some surprise and said, "Why are you so talkative today? But I like you like this. It's not good to be so cold all day. All right, I'm leaving. I'm warning you. Don't tell anyone that I snuck out. Otherwise, humph, you know. I'll give it to you. Remember, you owe me a favor." As she said this, she threw a brocade box to Nianbing. She gave him a deep look and turned around to leave. Nianbing stared blankly at Enoch leaving. He secretly smiled bitterly. It seems that the identity of an older brother is really useful. After we grow up, are we still so alike? First, it was that brother May's little sister. Now it's this Enoch. Older brother. How many female friends do you have? Nianbing asked the shop assistant. "How much is this thing? How do I use it?" As he said this, he opened the brocade box. Inside was an inconspicuous brooch. The brooch was gourd-shaped and was inlaid with 2 dark green gems. The magic fluctuation was not strong, but Nianbing could clearly feel that inside this brooch there were 2 strange magic arrays that he had never seen before. In his previous knowledge, no matter what kind of magic array it was, the foundation was the magic symbols. But the magic array inside this brooch was obviously not the same. Whether it was the magic array's composition or the strange symbols inside, it made Nianbing very surprised. The shop assistant respectfully said, "Sir, Miss Enoch has already paid for this brooch. Since she gave it to you, it is yours. I'll briefly explain how to use it. The most precious part of this brooch is that it doesn't need to be a magician to use it. You only need to wear it on your chest. When you need to use it, just lightly press the 2 gems on it. The slightly bigger one will change your appearance. The smaller one will change the color of your hair. As for how it works, I don't know. However, every time it is used, the magic inside needs to be replenished. Any type of magician can replenish it. You need to ask a magician to help you. The next time it works, it is full of magic." Looking at this small brooch, Nianbing curiously asked, "Then how much is this brooch? I want to know how big of a favor I owe." The shopkeeper who sent Enoch out came back. When he heard Nianbing's question, he smiled and said, "Such a precious brooch. The price is naturally not low. After all, sometimes changing your appearance can save your life. It is priced at 300 purple coins. But because Miss Enoch is our shop's VIP, we have a 30% discount. The total is 310 purple coins." Nianbing sucked in a breath of cold air. 210 purple coins. That was 2,100 gold coins. This favor is really not small. It seems this Miss Enoch status is not low. Otherwise, how could she easily give away such a precious thing? Brother, it seems that she is really in love with you. Thinking of this, Nianbing could not help but smile. Using the identity of brother, I actually got such a big bargain. Back at the inn, Nianbing ate a simple meal. Although the food in the inn was not bad, for him, it was only enough to satisfy his hunger. It could not be considered as enjoyment. When he returned to the room, it was just afternoon. Nianbing sat cross-legged on the bed and began his daily meditation. Unfortunately, after entering the city, he could no longer use high-level magic to consume his magic. That was the best way to practice. His spiritual force was released as usual. The ice and fire magic in his body quickly condensed the magic elements in the air. Soon, he entered a meditative state. With the increase of his strength, unless there was a huge breakthrough, Nian Bing could accurately control the time of his meditation. When he woke up from his meditation, it was just at night. He opened his eyes, feeling the surging magic in his body. Nian Bing's eyes revealed a hint of desire. He was a little nervous. Do I really have to go today? Go, since I'm back and have decided to look for the ancient books of magical formations. I can't hesitate anymore. I have to face it sooner or later. As long as I'm careful, I shouldn't be discovered. Thinking of this, he resolutely got out of bed and took out the gorgeous robe that he had just bought from the space ring. After putting on the robe, Nian Bing lowered his head and looked at the golden lion embroidered on his chest. Suddenly, the blood in his body felt like it was boiling. I should have such an identity. Unfortunately, as early as 10 years ago, he was no longer recognized. Nian Bing did not go through the door. He quietly opened the window and cast a blizzard spell on himself. He quickly rushed into the air and headed deep into the city. The place he was looking for was not mysterious. It was a place that almost everyone in the city knew. Yes, even if someone did not know the location of the imperial palace, it was impossible that they did not know where the state preceptor of the Huarong Empire, Prince Rong, who is also known as the Flaming Lion King, was. It could be said that at least half of the Huarong Empire's achievements could be attributed to the harmonious families. In the past, it was the elder Rong who led his own people and family to form a cavalry of 1,000 people. With his powerful fire magic, he helped the current Emperor Hua Tian of the Huarong Empire conquer the country. It was often said that as long as Prince Rong was there, the Huarong Empire would always be the most powerful country in the mainland. For decades, Prince Rong had been in charge of the Huarong Empire's military. Thanks to his efforts, the Huarong Empire's military had reached its peak. Prince Rong and Prime Minister Su Yu were the greatest contributors to the Huarong Empire. Of course, Emperor Hua Tian was also a wise monarch. In the past, when the Huarong Empire entered its golden age, someone once suggested to him that Prince Rong's power was too great. He controlled the entire country's military and could launch a coup at any time. Those people who suggested to him were all killed. Hua Tian once said that the Huarong Empire was named Huarong because half of the Rong family was from it. When the Huarong Empire was first established, the position of emperor was given to him by Prince Rong. If Prince Rong wanted to be emperor, there was no need for a coup. As long as Prince Rong was alive, the military power of the Huarong Empire would always be under his control. When Prince Rong heard the rumor, he laughed and said, "Hua Tian and I are not only emperor and minister, but also brothers. What's the use of a villain trying to sow discord?" From afar, Nian Bing could already see the huge courtyard. The fiery red courtyard walls and the courtyard, which was the size of a small city, were filled with a sinister aura. Nian Bing's eyes turned moist. He thought of his parents and his own background. At the same time, he also thought of his own surname. My surname is Rong. I'm Nian Bing. Dad, can you see me? I'm back. Prince Rong, Rong Yen, was Nian Bing's grandfather. Nian Bing knew too much about the relationship between his grandfather and Emperor Hua Tian. Although his father took him away from the Rong family, his father's respect for his grandfather had never diminished. 50 years ago, the Huarong Empire didn't exist on the mainland. It was Hua Tian, Rong Yen, and Su Yu who worked together and built the empire with the strength of their respective families. At that time, the Rong family was the most powerful family. However, Rong Yen knew that he wasn't suitable to be emperor, so he gave the position of emperor to Hua Tian. That was how the Huarong Empire came into being. Rong Yen had 6 wives who gave birth to 7 sons and 6 daughters. Among them, Rong Yen loved his eldest and second sons the most. They were twins. In order to remember that he, Hua Tian, and Su Yu created the Huarong Empire together, Rong Yen named his twin sons Rongyu. Rong Tian fell in love with the direct disciple of the ice goddess priestess. Nianbing's mother, Bingling Rong Yen, on the other hand, was a powerful fire archmage. He had always been at odds with the ice goddess priestess, so how could he allow his son to date the disciple of the ice goddess priestess? Similarly, Nianbing's mother was also reprimanded by the ice goddess priestess, who forcibly separated the loving couple. However, they didn't know that Rong Tian and Bingling were in love with each other. In order to protect their child, Bingling sneaked out of the ice god tower and went to the Huarong Empire to look for Rong Tian. Rong Yen loved Rongyu and Rong Tian very much, so he locked Rong Tian up for a few days before releasing him. When Bingling came to Dutian City and saw the person he loved deeply, Rong Tian didn't dare to say anything. He secretly arranged for Bingling to stay in a secluded courtyard. Every day, other than the routine family practice, he would go to the courtyard to meet Bingling privately. Although everything was done in secret, they lived very happily. Unfortunately, their happiness was short-lived. Less than 2 months after Bingling gave birth to Nianbing, a disaster suddenly occurred. The ice goddess priestess had always viewed the ice spirit as her successor, but she never thought that the disciple she was most proud of would run away so quietly. In her fury, the ice goddess priestess mobilized the entire ice god tower to search for the ice spirit's whereabouts. Finally, 2 months after Nianbing was born, she found the capital city. The appearance of the ice goddess priestess in the capital of the Huarong Empire immediately attracted the attention of the Fire Lion King, Rong Yen. Rong Yen led his 2 younger brothers and fought the ice goddess priestess with the power of 3 archmages. The battle was earth-shattering. The 4 of them fought for 6 hours in the outskirts of Dutian City. In the end, the ice goddess priestess, who had become a god-sent master, won and defeated Rong Yen and his 2 younger brothers. That battle not only raised the reputation of the ice goddess priestess, but also humiliated Rong Yen. Bingling was taken away by the ice goddess priestess, and Rong Tian was also imprisoned in the Rong family. He painstakingly raised Nianbing. After this incident, Rong Yen was very disappointed in his second son. He never saw Rong Tian again and handed him over to Rongyu. Both Rong Tian and little Nianbing were not tolerated by the Rong family. If it wasn't for Rongyu's protection, Rong Tian would have suffered a lot. At that time, other than taking care of his son, Rong Tian desperately practiced magic every day, hoping that he could save his wife one day. However, magic couldn't be learned quickly. After almost going crazy several times, Rongyu couldn't stand it anymore. He helped Rong Tian steal the Rong family's most valuable treasure, the Stone of Fire God, and secretly sent Nianbing and Rong Tian out of the city. At that time, Nianbing was only 6 years old. After leaving the Rong family, Rong Tian didn't feel good. Rong Yen knew that Rong Tian and Rong Yu had stolen the Stone of Fire God. Not only did he angrily punish Rong Yu, he also sent people to chase Rong Tian and his son for thousands of miles. Fortunately, Rong Tian was strong and smart, so he wasn't caught after hiding here and there. Rong Tian was the only one who knew the pain. His wife was taken away, and he couldn't return to his home. He endured the pain and took Nianbing to wander around the continent. With the help of the Stone of Fire God, he finally reached the realm of Archmage. Later, he accidentally heard that the Ice Goddess Priestess was going to hold an Ice Goddess Priestess inheritance ceremony for Bingling. Once this ceremony was held, Bingling would be completely purified by her master, the Ice Goddess Priestess, using the divine power of the Ice Goddess. Not only would she regain her virginity, but she would also forget everything that happened in the past, just like a newborn baby. Rong Tian couldn't bear it anymore. How could he watch his beloved wife forget about him and his son? Therefore, when Nianbing was 10 years old, he brought his son up to the Ice God Tower. The battle in the Ice God Tower didn't take too long. Although Rong Tian's talent was outstanding, Even the flaming Lion King wasn't a match for the ice goddess priestess, let alone him. When Rong Tian was about to die in the hands of the ice goddess priestess, Bing Ling exploded. She broke through the shackles of the seal and saved Rong Tian from her master's hands. However, she was very clear that she and Rong Tian couldn't escape, no matter what. During the crisis, she and Rong Tian stuffed the ice goddess stone and the fire god stone, respectively, to Nian Bing. Then, they exploded with their most powerful magic to cover for Nian Bing's escape using a spatial magic scroll. Floating in the air, Nian Bing recalled everything that happened to his parents. His tears had already soaked through his clothes. At this moment, his heart was filled with longing for his parents. Oh heavens! Why did you do this to our family? Dad, Mom, and we didn't ask for too much. We just wanted to live a peaceful life. However, such a small request is really too extravagant for us. Damn it, what is God? What is heaven? Everything is fake. If I had the power to control everything, everything would be under my feet. With a heart full of hatred, Nian Bing suddenly withdrew his aura and rushed down to King Rong's estate at the fastest speed possible. Could he successfully sneak into the Rong mansion's library? Darkness, endless darkness, and an evil aura filled the entire Nothing Cave. Although this place was full of yin qi, it was extremely dry. Dad, am I very powerful? I even caught the Dark Witch back. Dad, you have to reward me. Yu was jumping around in the cave excitedly. The vampire Ping Chao stood in the distance with his head lowered. He had an extremely respectful expression. Chapter 96. In the center of the cave stood a person. His entire body was shrouded in a black robe. His stature was extremely tall, but the black cloak and the black mask covered every inch of his skin. Yu's green skull was held in his hands. Beside him stood a woman. She was an extremely beautiful woman. She had a head full of blood-red hair. Her black eyes revealed a faint, cold arrogance. Her aura was so cold. Her devilish figure was unable to be covered by the black robe. Only when her gaze fell on Yu would her eyes reveal a trace of gentleness. The woman spoke. Ping Chao, you did well this time. Not only did you protect the young lord well, you also helped her catch a dark witch. I think it's time to help you enter the Count realm. Ping Chao's body shook. His eyes revealed an unconcealable excitement. With a plop, he knelt on the ground. His upper body prostrated on the ground. His voice trembled as he said, Your Majesty, The woman snorted and said, Enough. I just want you to know that as long as you work for me and the Demon Lord, we won't treat you unfairly. You only have one mission. As my servant, you only need to protect you. If she suffers any harm, then there's no need for you to exist. What I value is your loyalty. Otherwise, you wouldn't be where you are today. Yes, Your Majesty. Even if I have to give up my life, Ping Chao will protect the young lord well. I won't let you and the demon lord down. Count, as a servant of the vampires, was originally unattainable. However, as a servant of the vampire queen, it was different. Yu giggled and suddenly jumped on Ping Chao's back. Mom, don't you think I've grown taller? Mom, Ping Chao Gidge is very good. Don't scold him. The woman's face revealed a trace of a smile. Yu, good girl. You're not short anymore, Yu. In the future, you're not allowed to run around casually. Be careful of encountering danger. After all, there are many among those sanctimonious humans that you can't deal with. Yu jumped on Ping Chao's back. Mom, I know. Don't scold me. Yu is very smart. At this moment, the person shrouded in black, who had been in a calm state all this time, opened his mouth. A cold and deep voice sounded from behind the black mask. Yu, this time, you have indeed done very well. Sina, do you know what our daughter brought home? Sina said in surprise, Evil Lord, didn't you bring back the energy shards of a dark one who practiced dark witchcraft? The Evil Lord shook his head and said, Of course not. Although the fragments were also valuable, Compared to what you brought back, it was too far away. Although I don't know why this dark witch has become so weak, I am sure that Yu has brought back a real dark witch. Perhaps he is even an old friend of ours." The surprise in Sina's eyes grew. Suddenly she giggled and said seductively, "That means our daughter is really lucky. Dark witches are indeed good stuff." Evil Lord said indifferently, "Ping Chao, you should bring Yu down first. Yu, if you only brought back the energy shards of a dark witch, it would be very suitable to be the soul of your demonic weapon. However, you brought back a dark witch. It would be too wasteful to just use it as the soul of your demonic weapon." Yu pouted and said, "I don't care. Dad, you can't snatch my things." Evil Lord said indifferently, "You are my daughter. Although this dark witch can't be a part of your demonic weapon, he can be your protector, an absolutely loyal protector. You should go down first. After I have settled everything, I will naturally give him to you in another form. The effect of a dark, which is not something you can imagine. Go." Although Yu had some doubts, she didn't dare to disobey her father's orders. She could only jump down from Ping Chao's back and follow him out of the cave. Looking at Yu leaving, the evil lord said coldly, "Let me see if the space is the friend I imagined it to be. The darkness that shines forever. Listen to my orders and release it in the overjoyed abyss. With my soul as the foundation, release it." A circle of green light suddenly emitted from the skull in his hand. The skull in the evil lord's hand seemed to have come to life. The entire cave was turned black by this green light, forming a solid enchantment. If a high-ranked human magician were to see this scene, he would definitely be so shocked that he couldn't close his mouth. Because this was a 10th step defensive spell with a simplified incantation. How powerful would a person who could use a 10th step dark spell so easily be? It was definitely not something a dark archmage could compare to. Vampire Queen Sina seemed to have long been used to the evil lord's power. She smiled and said, "You let us see." The black-gloved right hand of the evil lord shot out like a bolt of lightning and tapped on the eyes of the green skull. With a mournful shriek, a black mist floated out from the green skull. Without any hesitation, as soon as the black fog appeared, it immediately escaped with the fastest speed. The evil lord didn't move, and Sina also didn't move. The black fog collided with a layer of green light and bounced back. Once again, it let out a miserable scream. Compared to the previous one, it was much weaker. The evil lord's cold and deep voice sounded, "I advise you to be honest. Even if you are just a soul, you won't be able to escape from me. Not to mention that the dark, which still has a body. It's just that it doesn't have a form." Safin's shocked and angry voice sounded, "Who are you? Since we are of the same path, why are you making things difficult for me?" The evil lord coldly said, "If my guess isn't wrong, you should be one of the 4 dark archmages of the 8 dark demons, right? Who are you? Dark demon? Evil blood? Dark demon? Or soul oracle?" Safin had lived for thousands of years after all. Hearing the evil lord's words, he gradually calmed down. He asked doubtfully, "How do you know that I am one of the 8 dark demons? Who are you? Your aura is hidden very deeply. With my current energy, I can't sense it. Back then, the 8 of you caused such a huge ruckus. It's a pity that the heroic Emperor Kurobutsu ended up being destroyed by the Divine Seal. If my guess isn't wrong, you should be the most cunning soul oracle. You actually turned into a lich and escaped the calamity. I really should admire you. According to what my subordinate and daughter said, I think you should be sealed in that abyss. It was already not easy for you to escape. In your era, I was nothing. Perhaps you wouldn't even look at me. However, thousands of years have passed. This world no longer belongs to you. Soul Oracle Safin, look carefully. A layer of dark green aura spread out from the evil Lord's body. It shrouded everything in the surroundings. The black robe disappeared, and an exceptionally handsome, middle-aged man appeared in front of Safin. His skin was so white that there wasn't a trace of blood. However, he had a pair of dark green eyes. There were no eyeballs in his eyes, only two dark green flames that were constantly pulsating. The flames gradually turned from green to dark red. The eyes formed by the dark red flames looked so sinister. Lich, you actually cultivated into a lich? No, this is impossible. This is definitely impossible. Safin's voice was filled with shock. He really couldn't imagine that his dream had been realized by someone else. In the past, he was extremely close to becoming a lich. He was very clear about how difficult it was to cultivate into a lich. It wasn't something that could be done in a day, 2 days, or even a year or two. Evil Lord Ling laughed, the red light in his eyes receding. It's very strange, isn't it? It's strange that a human like me could live for so many years and even become a lich. It's a pity that this is my secret, and I can't tell you. You only need to know how powerful I am. Now, I will give you 2 choices. The first is to pledge your loyalty to me by cursing your soul. The second is to become a soul in my daughter's demonic artifact and become a nether wizard. You should be clear about the difference between these 2 situations. You don't need me to teach you how to choose, do you? Safin hatefully said, so what if you're a lich? If not for the sudden descent of the divine restriction, I would have already cultivated into a lich. You're just a bit luckier than me. You want me to submit? That's impossible. At worst, I'll just choose to self-destruct. It's better than becoming a servant. Evil Lord indifferently said, then you can try. In front of me, I'm afraid that even death is a luxury for you. You're already weakened to such a degree. It's too easy for me to deal with you. If you're willing to submit to me, not only can I help you recover your original strength, I can also give you a certain amount of freedom. As a lich, my goals are very ambitious. I need someone to help me achieve them. How about this? I'll let you see some things. Then you can choose whether to submit to me or not. As a Dark One, I believe that our goals shouldn't be too far apart. A green hexagram instantly appeared in front of the Evil Lord. As the light flickered, 3 black bottles gradually appeared from the green hexagram. Each bottle was over a foot tall. There were extremely complicated patterns carved on the bottles. Because the patterns were very detailed, if one didn't pay close attention, it would be very difficult to distinguish them. The 3 identical bottles had a circle of dark green gems embedded in the center of the bottle. The gems weren't big, and the distance between 2 gems was about an inch to the left. The entire bottle looked a little gloomy because it was black, and there wasn't any place for the ether pearl. However, the appearance of the bottle immediately caused Safin to cry out in shock. This is Jorda's bottle of sealing? Why is it in your hands? Back then, wasn't this the bottle that those fellows used to seal the kingdom of the deceased husband? Evil Lord coldly said, that's right. This is Miorda's bottle of sealing. There should be a total of 7 bottles in this bottle. With the power of 10 stars, they form the strongest seal. Back then, with the power of the gods, the kingdom of the deceased husband was sealed in another space. Those so-called gods had consumed too much energy, and most of them were in a deep sleep. Until now, they still haven't woken up. Unfortunately, they made a mistake. The king of the Lost Country, at the last moment of being sealed, used his own life as the price to brand his curse on the 7 Miorda's bottle of sealing. The curse was very simple, and it wasn't enough to destroy the seal, because at that time the king of the Lost Country was already unable to contend against the gods. However, he used his own life to save the Lost Country, leaving behind a final chance. The curse on the 7 Miorda's bottle of sealing was very simple. That was, these 10 bottles could never leave the Yangon continent. Only in this way would they have a chance. After all, the Yangon continent wasn't like the godly continent. Anything could happen. Before the gods entered a deep sleep, they specially ordered the powerful dragon god to be in charge of guarding these 7 bottles. The dragon god sent the dragon king to guard the 10 Miorda's bottle of sealing. I think you should have heard of this story. In our previous era, there was no one who didn't want to find these 10 bottles and break the seal of the lost country. Snort snorted. Of course, before the king of the Lost Country used the curse to self-destruct, he said that if anyone could break the seal and return to the Yangon continent, then that person would become the new master of the Lost Country. However, how could the 7 Dragon Kings be easy to deal with? Each of them was stronger than the other. At that time, the 7 Dragon Kings tried to provoke the 7 Dragon Kings, but only the Emperor Kurobutsu could defeat the Dragon King. We were too weak and were forced to retreat by the 7 Dragon Kings. At that time, the Emperor Kurobutsu severely injured the strongest of the 7 Dragon Kings, the Dark Dragon King Kagakosis, which became the reason why we were destroyed by the gods. Unfortunately, the Emperor Kurobutsu's strength was still a little weak. If we could defeat Kagakosis before the other Dragon Kings could help us, maybe we would have succeeded. Humph! Don't think that you can do anything just because you got 3 bottles. Miorda's bottle of sealing needs to be merged with the 7 bottles to be effective. Although I don't know how you got these 7 bottles, I am sure that you must have attracted the attention of the dragons. Do you think this is a good thing? Although you have chosen to become a lich, it is not like there have never been a lich in history. I think your strength is at most comparable to a dark warrior at his peak. I don't believe that you can defeat the 7 Dragon Kings by yourself. The evil lord calmly listened to Snort and waved his hand. The 3 bottles disappeared at the same time. Yes, no matter how conceited I am not conceited enough to think that I can defeat the 7 Dragon Kings at the same time. But now, there is a very good opportunity. As long as we make good use of this opportunity, we might be able to achieve our goal. According to what I know, the Ice Dragon King is training alone, but he alone is not enough to pose a threat to me. So my next target is him. However, although I can easily defeat him, I may not be able to capture or kill him. So I need more powerful Dark Lords to help me. To deal with the 7 Dragon Kings, I have to deal with them separately. Every time there is one less, their strength will be weakened by a bit. Snort said curiously, I want to know, what is the opportunity you are talking about? Is there a weakness in the 7 Dragon Kings? The evil lord said indifferently, Of course there is. The strongest among the 7 Dragon Kings are undoubtedly the Dark Dragon King, Kagyoshi, and the Light Dragon King, Demanteti. The 2 of them can be said to be the leaders of the 7 Dragon Kings. As long as they are here, the 7 Dragon Kings will be indestructible. However, the Light Dragon King will enter the weakest state in her life. She is about to give birth, and at this time the Dark Dragon King will definitely be by her side at all times. The 2 of them will also be guarding 2 bottles of Mudas. So if I want to deal with them, I will definitely choose the few days when the Light Dragon King is giving birth. At that time, as long as I gather all the forces under me, it is very likely that I will be able to get 2 bottles of Mudaz's sealing bottles in one go. I might even be able to severely injure a few Dragon Kings. That's why I need your help. The stronger the help, the higher my chances of success. Once I get 7 bottles of Mudaz's sealing bottles, this world will be mine in the future. Not only the Yangon continent, but also the godly mainland. Safin sneered. You're right, but the 7 Dragon Kings aren't fools. Don't tell me that when the Light Dragon King is giving birth, they will not invite other dragons to guard them? The evil lord said, Of course, but as far as I know, only the weakest of the 7 Dragon Kings, the Space Dragon King Caudilus, is helping them protect them. Even if there are 1 or 2 Dragon Kings, this operation will not be cancelled. Once the crystallization of the Light Dragon King and the Dark Dragon King is born, who knows what kind of monster dragon it will be. As long as the 7 Dragon Kings use their own dragon power to make it grow quickly, I will be able to snatch Mudaz's sealing bottles in the future. I will have to face another powerful enemy, and the 7 Dragon Kings will become the 8 Dragon King. There will be no chance to snatch the bottles. Snort's heart was moved. The lich in front of him was indeed ambitious. If he could really become the ruler of this world, so what if he submitted to him? Thinking of this, Snort hesitated for a moment, then continued to ask, Then are you not afraid that the 7 Dragon Kings will gather at the Dark Dragon King's side? If that is the case, even if the 6 Dragon Kings work together, we will not be their match." The evil lord said indifferently, "I have already thought of this point, but that will not happen. The gathering of the 7 Dragon Kings will only happen at a critical moment. Not long ago, I sent people to secretly follow them and found out that they had a gathering at the Snowy Mountain. But only 5 of the 7 Dragon Kings came, and a lot of unpleasantness happened between them. Although I was afraid of being discovered by them, I was far away and couldn't hear their conversation. But judging from the situation at that time, the Fire Dragon King, Garamandes, seemed to have been angered by the Dark Dragon King, Cateriosus, and the Space Dragon King was forced by the Dark Dragon King to go with the couple. Simply analyzing, among the 7 Dragon Kings, the Fire Dragon King, Garamandes, and the Dark Dragon King, Cateriosus, were once love rivals. Therefore, it is almost impossible for Garamandes to help Cateriosus protect his wife. You and I both understand that the only way to deal with love rivals is through modern warfare, and that is to completely destroy the other party. I believe, even if he is a dragon, Garamandes must have such negative emotions in his heart." He was right. Garamandes did have negative emotions in his heart. How could he not hate Cateriosus when his beloved Demanteti was snatched away? Unfortunately, the evil lord neglected one thing. He neglected the love that the Fire Dragon King, Garamandes, had for the Light Dragon King, Demanteti. When love is higher than hate, the choice is often the opposite. After pausing for a moment, the evil lord continued. The Ice Dragon King didn't even participate in the Dragon King's gathering because of his seclusion. As long as we don't make a move on him first, he shouldn't have the opportunity to help the Light and Dark Dragon Kings. And the Wind Dragon King's mission is to protect those white people so he won't appear. The Earth Dragon King is famous among the 7 Dragon Kings for being lazy and gluttonous. We don't even know where he is sleeping. Therefore, we only have to face 3 Dragon Kings. No, only 2 Dragon Kings. I am almost 100% sure about this. What we have to guard against is the Dark Dragon King's possible outburst, because he is protecting his wife. Safin thought for a moment and said, "So the chances are still very high. However, you are still too weak after all. Besides, why should I believe that you can completely open the seal after obtaining the 7 sealing bottles of Mordos? You should know that even with the 7 bottles, opening the seal won't be that easy." The evil lord smiled. The strong evil aura made the weak Safin shiver. The black fog condensed continuously. If I didn't have a foolproof plan, do you think I would make a move against the 7 Dragon Kings? As early as 1,000 years ago, when I just entered the Lich domain, I had already started to arrange everything. "Sina, show me your power." The vampire queen, who had been quietly listening all this while, let out a charming laugh. Her body instantly released a layer of dark red airflow, and with a turn of her graceful body, a pair of small dark red wings appeared on her back. At the same time, her pair of demonic eyes instantly turned golden. There weren't many changes to her body, but the dark aura emitted by the evil lord was forcibly forced to the side. Safin was shocked again. "Red wings, golden eyes, you are the vampire queen? Heavens! So there are still so many of our kind in the Ingon continent. It seems that those so-called gods are in trouble." He was very clear that a prince rank vampire was a powerful existence on the same level as the Dark Witch, not to mention the evil lord. He might not even be able to deal with this vampire queen. The evil lord said indifferently, "Sina is my wife and also my subordinate. In order to open the sealing bottles of Mordos, after 1,000 years of nurturing, we finally gave birth to the demon enchantress. There are only 2 ways to open the sealing bottles of Mordos. One is to use the blood of the divine saintess to open it. The other is to use the blood of the demon enchantress. You've already seen her. That's our daughter, you. When the time comes, I only need 7 drops of her blood essence, and I'm completely confident in opening Morda's sealing bottle. At the same time, The dark magic power I've cultivated over the years is something you can't imagine." Safin knew that it was time for him to make a choice. The evil lord had said so much to him. If he couldn't give him a satisfactory answer, he would be destroyed. They would probably be destroyed soon, facing the Lich and the Vampire Queen. He didn't have a sliver of hope in his heart. All right, since it is to pursue the great dark cause, what's wrong with me being your subordinate? There are no promises in the dark world, only benefits. I believe that as long as I am still useful, you will treat me well. Dark Witch Safin is willing to serve you. The evil lord's eyes glowed red. His goal was to truly subdue the dark witch in front of him. Although he had cultivated many powerful subordinates over the years, other than his wife Sina, none of them had reached the Lich's level. He needed strong people from the dark world. All right, Safin, welcome to join us. My name is Evil Moon. You can call me the Evil Lord or the Moon Lord. Now you know what you should do. There were no promises in the dark world, and there was no trust. Only a curse oath could trust Safin's determination. Safin hesitated. In order to survive, in order to see the greatness of the dark world, he submitted. The black fog gradually turned purple. Gradually he offered up his soul. The entire cave was filled with a dense dark aura, and the strong aura filled every corner. One could only vaguely see the red in Evilmoon's eyes, the gold in Sina's eyes, and the purple light emitted by Dark Witch Safin. Nian Bing floated to the ground and looked at the tall courtyard wall in front of him. He sighed in his heart and tried hard to recall his memories of this place. Now, what he hoped most was that nothing had changed here. He was tall, and in the contrast of his golden red robe, he looked especially handsome, especially the noble aura that faintly leaked out. The fire lion embroidery on his chest was unusually mighty. Prince Rong's residence was heavily guarded, and it was almost impossible for outsiders to break in. However, there were only 2 guards at the entrance of the residence. The 2 guards' expressions were very calm, and they only wore ordinary soldiers' clothes. They didn't even have armor, but there was a large word embroidered on their chests and a small green lion emblem on their left shoulders. Nian Bing recalled his father's description. The Flaming Lion Knights were not only strong in overall combat, but also in individual combat. Like the Silver Feather Knights, the most basic combat strength was the level of a beginner swordsman. The Silver Feather Knights were differentiated by the color of the feathers on their helmets, and the Order of the Flaming Lion was differentiated by the color of the lion embroidery on their shoulders. From the lowest to the highest, the embroidery was white, green, yellow, red, and gold. Among them, the white lion represented the battle knights of the Order of the Flaming Lion, which was the level of a beginner swordsman. As for the indigo lion symbol, it meant that the knight was at least a great swordsman. As for the golden lion symbol, it meant that the knight was at least a great swordsman. As for the golden lion knights, they were the backbone of the Flaming Lion Knight group. They had the strength of a martial artist. Other than the leaders of the Rong family, only 8 people had been given the highest golden lion symbol. Among them, 5 were also martial artists. They were martial artists of the MCMAU. The demonic lion squadron, led by the 5 of them, had super strong combat abilities. At the same time, they were also the guards of the Flaming Lion Mage group under Prince Rong. The 3 Golden Lion Knights were the younger brothers of Swordsman and Prince Rong, who were also magisters. They were the 5 vice commanders of the Lion Knights. Apart from the royal courts of various countries, perhaps only Prince Rong could use a high-level swordsman to guard the door. A few days ago, when the Huarong Empire and the Kairu Empire joined forces to attack the Ottoman Empire, Prince Rong sent 3 of his 5 vice commanders to lead 5,000 men of the Order of the Flaming Lion to rendezvous with the Northern Army. This deterred the powerful enemy, the Longmu Empire, from making any rash moves. Nian Bing tidied her clothes and strode towards the door, as if she didn't see the 2 guards. Seeing her approach, the 2 green lion guards hurriedly bowed respectfully and didn't stop her. Nian Bing secretly let out a sigh of relief. After passing the first test, it would be much easier to enter. She carefully controlled her mana and strode into her former home. Prince Rong's residence occupied an extremely large area. Just like the imperial family of the Hwarong Empire, it was a city within a city. Night fell, and the lights in the residence weren't very bright. Looking at the familiar scenery, Nian Bing's emotions surged. He had once again returned to his former home, but this time using an impersonation method. Her father's handsome and benevolent face constantly lingered in her mind. Not daring to stay for too long, Nian Bing quickly walked towards his goal. He had already adjusted his mental strength. As long as he firmly remembered what he needed, this trip wouldn't be in vain. Rong Bing, did you just go out? A surprised voice sounded. Nian Bing's entire body shook. Of course, he knew that Rong Bing was his brother's name. He stopped and maintained his composure. Looking in the direction of the voice, he saw an old man walking towards him. He knew this person. He had a somewhat gloomy face, a tall figure, and a pair of bright eyes. Apart from looking a bit older than before, there weren't many changes. Back then, he was one of the people who disliked her father the most. Forcefully suppressing the anger in his heart, Nian Bing bowed and said, "Greetings to third grandfather. Are you going out?" This old man was Prince Rong's third brother, Rong Fei, a fire archmage. Rong Fei laughed and said, "I am going out to find someone to play chess with." "This has always been your third grandfather's hobby. What? You seem to have forgotten. Is it because Enoch has been bothering you lately?" Nian Bing smiled awkwardly and said, "Third grandfather is making fun of me. I was just about to go to the study to read. If you want to play chess, I won't disturb you." Chapter 97. Rong Fei patted Nian Bing's shoulder and said with a smile, "Boy, work hard. A few days ago, Big Brother said that you have entered the realm of magic shooter. Grandpa is really happy for you. Among the younger generation, you are the most promising one. Third grandpa supports you. In a few days, the new magician competition will begin. You have to work hard. I heard that the Ice God Tower sent a genius of the younger generation this time. I think she is called Qianhuan Bingyan. If you can beat her, I think your grandfather will be very happy." Nian Bing agreed submissively, for fear that Rong Fei would see a flaw. After all, although he looked like Rong Bing, there were still some differences. For acquaintances, as long as they looked carefully, they would be able to recognize him. Fortunately, because it was dark, Rong Fei did not say anything more. He walked out of the prince's mansion and looked for someone to play chess. After Rong Fei left, Nian Bing found that his back was soaked in cold sweat. Once Rong Fei discovered his identity, it would be difficult for him to escape in this Prince Rong's mansion, which was full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. After leaving for more than 10 years, the memory of his childhood was, after all, a little blurry. Nian Bing looked for the path while speeding up his memory of this mansion when he was young. His memory, which was much stronger than ordinary people, played a crucial role. After half an hour of searching, he finally found his destination. His luck was good. Apart from meeting Rong Fei, he only met a few patrolling guards and some servants along the way. Those people all thought that he was Rong Bing, so naturally no one stopped him. The tall and spacious study was in an independent courtyard. There were all kinds of strange flowers and plants in the courtyard. There was only a narrow path leading to the 4 big houses in the center of the courtyard. As soon as he approached the courtyard, Nian Bing's spiritual power warned him. He quickly used his spiritual power to search around. At the very least, there were more than 10 hidden guards in this courtyard. Nian Bing knew that she was the only one who had discovered this place. There were probably many others who had not discovered this place. The study was an important place in Prince Rong's residence. Other than Prince Rong's family, outsiders could only enter with a warrant issued by Prince Rong himself. No one stopped him from entering the courtyard where the study was located. However, Nian Bing could clearly feel that there was a spiritual fluctuation in the dark sentry post. Could it be that they had detected it? He shouldn't be a human, right? Since he's already here. He had no way of retreating. He calmly walked towards the study. There was a red hexagram on the door of the study. Nian Bing knew that her biggest test was coming. The guards couldn't recognize her, but if she wanted to enter the study, she had to pass the last test, which was the test of the magic array. This magic array didn't recognize people. Only those who knew how to open an account could enter. Nian Bing had known this for a long time, but he still came. This was because he was very confident in his knowledge of magic arrays. He stood in front of the door, ignoring the hidden sentry posts. His spiritual power was completely focused. Like a sharp knife, he directly stabbed into the magic array. In an instant, he felt his whole body heat up. It was as if he saw countless magic symbols flying around him. Each symbol was filled with the aura of fire. Ling Yanbing was shocked by the complex structure of the magic array. However, although he was shocked, he did not panic. He quickly sorted out the clues of the magic array. Resisting the waves of heat, he activated the aura in his body and felt the subtle changes in the magic array. When he finally found the core of the magic array, he understood what kind of magic array it was. The core of the magic array was the most important component, which was the eye of the magic array. It turned out to be a drop of blood. He didn't need to deliberately ask anything. He guessed that this was the blood of his grandfather, Prince Rome. And the effect of this magic array was that the magician used this drop of blood to detect the identity of the visitor. What could be more accurate than a note? After discovering this, Nian Bing knew that he didn't need to find any way to open the magic array. Without any hesitation, he reached out and touched the center of the red hexagram. The red light instantly shone brightly. Nian Bing only felt his whole body heat up. The next moment, he had already entered the study. What a good magic array! It combined the three functions of investigation, attack, and teleportation. It seemed that his choice to secretly read the magic book was completely correct. Outside the study, two guards were talking. Dark Guard 1 said, "Brother, I didn't see wrongly just now, right? Before, why did I remember that the young prince had already gone in? Why did he change his clothes and come back from outside? Could it be that I saw wrongly?" Dark Guard 1 said, "No, it's not wrongly. I also saw it. However, you also know Little Five's temper. Moreover, the study is an important place in our Prince Rome's residence. There might be some mystery inside. Maybe the young prince used the teleportation array to go out and then changed his clothes and came back. Anyway, it's the young prince. Besides, other than the prince's blood relatives, outsiders won't be recognized by the magic array. Don't worry too much. Pay attention to the surroundings. Although there might not be anyone who dares to come here to make trouble, we still have to do our duty." Entering the study, the smell of paper hit his face. When Nian Bing was young, he came here once under his father's lead. However, he didn't have any memories of that time. The several rooms in the study were completely connected. There were also some elementary magic books here. They were all accumulated by the Rong family over many years. Therefore, they were deliberately connected. The rows of tall bookshelves made Nian Bing's heart itch. These were all treasures that could help him improve his strength. He jumped to the front of the bookshelf and began to check the names of the books on the bookshelf to find what he needed. "Hey, who came in? It's rare for someone to come here to read." A cold voice came from behind the bookshelf on the far left. Nian Bing, who had just found a top-level fire magic spell, couldn't help but freeze. At this time, how could there still be someone in the study? The first thing he did was to put the magic book into his space ring, then quickly gather his magic power. Who was here? Nian Bing didn't have any fear at this time. After all, he was able to enter the study, so he wasn't afraid of being recognized. As long as the other person treated him as his brother, even if they read together, the other person might not be able to see through him. Thinking of this, he calmed himself down and walked towards the bookshelf on the left. He calmly said, "It's me. Who is still reading here at this time?" Footsteps sounded. Nian Bing and that unknown person walked towards the same direction at the same time. When Nian Bing turned a corner, a tall figure appeared in front of him. In an instant, Nian Bing and the other person were stunned at the same time. Their minds fell into a blank. The two of them looked at each other, and neither of them said a word. The same height, similar appearance, and temperament made them feel like they were facing a mirror. If it wasn't for the different color of their clothes, they might have thought that they were hallucinating. Standing in front of Nian Bing, it was a young man in white. The same. On the left side of his chest, there was a golden lion pattern. The two of them looked at each other, and from the initial sluggishness, it gradually turned into surprise. "Who are you?" The two of them asked at the same time. When Nian Bing asked the two words, he had already come to his senses. He never thought that he would meet his brother in this kind of situation. Rong Bing's eyes flashed, and a murderous aura was revealed. The light of the flames instantly rose from his body. With a wave of his left hand, a fireball appeared on his chest. A strange thing happened. The fireball turned into a big hand. In an instant, it clawed at Nian Bing's face. Nian Bing's reaction was not slow. The same red light shone from his body. After a flash of fire, the study returned to normal. A bitter smile appeared on his face. "Don't doubt my face. I'm not wearing a mask. Brother, we haven't seen each other for 12 years. Have you forgotten Nian Bing?" Rong Bing's body shook. He said involuntarily, You are Nian Bing?" Looking up and down at the young man in front of him, who was very similar to him, his heart trembled. Nian Bing knew that there was no need to hide now. Otherwise, he would not be able to leave the study. Since he had already met, he could only choose to face it. He nodded slowly. "Brother, yes, I'm back. So many years have passed. Are you all right?" His heart trembled slightly. He tried his best to suppress his excitement. A trace of tears flashed through Rong Bing's eyes. He suddenly stepped forward and opened his arms. Nian Bing also opened his arms and hugged his brother. The two brothers felt each other's surging heartbeat at the same time. After a long while, Rong Bing let go of his hands. He grabbed Nian Bing's shoulders and carefully looked at him. Rong Bing smiled. "Good boy, you and I are still so alike. Now, even our heights are about the same. Where's Uncle Tian? Did Uncle Tian come back with you? It's really great that you came back. Stinky boy, you must have come in pretending to be me, right?" Nian Bing shook his head sadly. "Brother, father didn't come back. He won't come back either." From that hug just now, Nian Bing knew that his brother's feelings for him had not changed. Perhaps the Rong family's increase in price would make him and his father become traitors and fugitives. But he firmly believed that his brother would not. This was a kind of blind trust, a trust that came from his intuition. Rong Bing's eyes shone brightly. "Nian Bing, what do you mean? Could it be that, Uncle Tian?" Nian Bing nodded and said, "I think you know what happened to my parents. In order to save my mother from the Ice God Tower, 8 years ago, my father took me to the Ice God Tower without hesitation. But in the end, I was the only one who escaped. 8 years, my father and mother have been dead for 8 years. Speaking up to this point, his eyes turned red. Tears flowed down his face. The feelings that he had suppressed for many years finally couldn't be held back in front of his family. His body trembled as his tears fell. The atmosphere in the study was filled with sadness. Rong Min looked at Nian Bing in a daze. Although Nian Bing only gave a simple narration, he could feel how much his younger brother had suffered these years. How did he live without his parents? After being independent for so many years, Nian Bing had learned to be strong. She wiped the tears from her face, looked at Rong Bing and said, "Brother, I won't hide it from you. Today, I came here just to peek at the magic books in the study. I didn't expect to meet you. It seems that everything is predestined. Don't worry, I won't make things difficult for you. If you still see me as your younger brother, don't stop me from leaving, okay?" "No." Rong Bing grabbed Nian Bing's arm. "Nian Bing, How can you just leave like this? You are a member of the Rong family. This is your home. Don't go anywhere. Nian Bing smiled bitterly. Home? Who would still think that my father and I are members of the Rong family? Even if there is, I'm afraid it's only you and Uncle. Brother, I don't want to bring you any trouble. Rong Bing held Nian Bing's hand tightly and said, Perhaps no one recognizes you now. Yes, one day I will let everyone know that you are my younger brother, a member of the Rong family. Hearing Rong Bing's resolute voice, the historical figure in Nian Bing's eyes disappeared a little. Brother, do you mean that Prince Rong has already confirmed Uncle Yu as his successor? Ever since Nian Bing was kicked out of the Rong family, he didn't have a grandfather in his heart. He only remembered his grandfather as being strict and not kind. He still remembered how his father angrily scolded him and his father. Since the day he left the Rong family, he didn't admit that he was a member of the Rong family, nor did he admit that Prince Rong was his grandfather. Prince Rong's successor had always been a mystery. After all, whether it was Prince Rong himself or his two younger brothers, they all had a lot of sons, and there was no lack of outstanding ones. How could it be easy to choose a successor from among them? Rong Bing nodded and said, 2 years ago, my father had already decided that when he passed away, my father would inherit the position of prince. My father often said that his talent was actually not as good as Uncle Tian's. If Uncle Tian was still alive, Nian Bing stopped Rong Bing from continuing. Brother, it's all over now. Congratulate Uncle for me. Don't tell anyone that I came here, okay? Rong Bing's eyes showed a trace of sadness. Nian Bing, are you really leaving? My father's position in the family is very high now. Uncle Tian has already passed away. Maybe if I suggest to my father, he will allow you to come back. After all, the blood of the Rong family flows in you. Just stay. Nian Bing smiled, and a cold light flashed through his eyes. Brother, you have to understand that I don't need anyone's charity. Even if I stay, what can I do? Will I still be ostracized like before? I won't stay. However, one day, I will prove everything with my own ability. I will make my grandfather regret. I will definitely take revenge for my parents. Rong Bing let go of Nian Bing's hand. He knew that Nian Bing was right. Even if Prince Rong agreed to let Nian Bing come back, he would definitely be the least valued among the family's children and grandchildren. He would only be ostracized. Looking straight into Nian Bing's eyes, Rong Bing said calmly, Nian Bing, ever since you left, I changed to wearing white clothes because I remember that you like white clothes. Today you came here wearing red clothes. Although you pretended to be me and entered the mansion, I know that you didn't forget about me, your brother. I don't want to say anything else. I just want to tell you that I still remember the promise we made when we were young. Nian Bing's body trembled. He couldn't hold back his tears again and hugged his brother. Rong Bing's words warmed his heart. He knew that nothing had changed when he was young. Everything was so real. After a long time, Rong Bing pushed Nian Bing away. Little brother, you have to remember that if you want to take revenge for Uncle Tian and Aunt, you have to be strong. As long as you need it, I will definitely help you. Nian Bing took a deep breath as a faint smile appeared on his face. Brother, I will remember your words. You will always be my good brother. I have to go. If someone comes to the library again, I won't be able to leave. Wait a minute. Rong Bing stopped Nian Bing, who was about to leave. He quickly walked behind the bookshelf and took out a thick book and handed it to Nian Bing. These are my notes from the Magic Research Institute. Perhaps they will be of some use to you. Nian Bing, what kind of books do you want to read this time? Nian Bing stared blankly for a moment, but he still accepted his brother's kindness. He took out the book from his space ring and handed it to Rong Bing. I originally wanted to find some high-level magic incantations and books about ancient magic arrays. Rong Bing nodded. Since you don't want to reveal your identity, then you can leave first. Tell me where you live. I will come to find you in a few days. Nian Bing told his address and put away the thick book. He left the library under Rong Bing's escort. Out of the study, breathing in the night air, Nian Bing suddenly felt very relaxed. His repressed feelings seemed to have disappeared in his brother's embrace. Rong Bing's words warmed his heart greatly, letting him know that in this world, there were still family members who truly cared about him. Slowly walking out, feeling the warmth in his chest, Nian Bing's hidden cold heart gradually melted. "Ah, little prince, you are here. I guessed you were in the study. Great, the prince asked me to find you. Please come with me." Nian Bing looked up and saw a red lion warrior standing in front of him, looking at him with a smile. It couldn't be so coincidental, could it? Was this good luck or bad luck? This red lion warrior looked to be in his 40s and seemed to be very familiar with Rong Bing. Without waiting for Nian Bing to answer, he pulled him into the depths of the mansion. Prince Rong summoned him. If it was his brother, there was no reason not to go. Prince Rong was the head of the entire Rong family. No one dared to disobey his orders. Nian Bing's originally relaxed heart tensed up again. As he walked, he thought about how to deal with Prince Rong. Right now, he only hoped that Prince Rong was old and blind and couldn't tell that he wasn't Rong Bing. Soon, the Red Lion Warrior brought Nian Bing to a large building. Nian Bing recognized that this was the main building of the prince's mansion and also Prince Rong's study. It was also the most important military base in the Huarong Empire. Countless strategic decisions were made here. "All right, little prince, you can go in by yourself. I'll be leaving first. The prince doesn't seem to be in a good mood today. You should be careful." After saying this, the Red Lion Warrior winked at Nian Bing, then turned and left. Standing outside Prince Rong's study, Nian Bing was momentarily stunned. Go in, or not? He hadn't seen him for more than 10 years. Should he really go in? At this moment, he had already forgotten about his own safety. All he could think about was his family and hatred. Just as Nian Bing was hesitating, a vigorous and deep voice came from the room. "Is that Bing, Why aren't you coming in? Do you want Grandpa to invite you in? As an outstanding magician, it's very important to have a strong mind. You seem to be very nervous. Did you make a mistake recently?" It was him. It had been a long time since she heard his voice. When Nian Bing heard it again, she couldn't help but feel excited. Prince Rong's voice didn't have the sternness she remembered from her childhood. His voice seemed to drill into her mind, and every word was shocking. She pushed open the door and entered. The room was brightly lit, and the decoration was very simple. Other than a few pots of green plants, there was only a table and a chair. An old man in a fiery red magician's robe sat behind a large desk. His hair and beard were snowy white. Although he was sitting there, she could still feel that his tall figure exuded an extraordinary aura. His black eyes were filled with a deep light, and there was no trace of the filthy yellow of an ordinary old man. Feeling that cold gaze, Nian Bing subconsciously lowered her head. After a moment of hesitation, she said respectfully, "Grandpa, why did you call me here?" Prince Rong looked at his grandson standing in front of the desk, and his eyes flashed a few times. Suddenly, he seemed to have realized something, and a strange look appeared in his eyes. However, it only lasted for a moment before it disappeared. He said indifferently, "Bing, take a seat first." "Yes, Grandpa," Nian Bing said emotionlessly and walked to a chair beside the desk and sat down. Prince Rong said, "Bing, don't you usually like to wear white? Why did you change to red today?" Nian Bing's heartbeat quickened, but she understood that in front of a strong man like Prince Rong, if there was a flaw in her heart, she would be easily recognized. She hurriedly adjusted her mental strength and tried to relax her body. Then she replied, "It's too monotonous to wear white all the time, so I changed to red today. I remember that you like red the most, don't you?" A rare smile appeared on Prince Rong's face. The gold-trimmed red magician robe on his body shook slightly, and a trace of sadness appeared in his deep eyes. Red is really good. It symbolizes the fire we have, and at the same time, it also symbolizes passion, unrestrained, and vitality. Bing, you are the most outstanding person in the younger generation of the Roan family. You have reached the realm of Archmage before the age of 20. Of course, this has something to do with the help of your family, but your own efforts are the most important. Today, I called you here because I have a few things to ask you. Nian Bing nodded and said, Please ask, Grandpa. Prince Rong said indifferently, I got the news. This time, the magicians sent by the Ice God Tower to participate in the new magician competition are very outstanding. What do you think? In an instant, Nian Bing's eyes burned with strong confidence. No matter how strong the dwarves are, I have no reason to lose. It's that simple? Prince Rong's eyes showed a trace of dignity. Nian Bing didn't answer, but nodded firmly. Indeed, in his heart, there was no longer any thought of failure. Good, as expected of my grandson. Prince Rong nodded with a meaningful look in his eyes. At this time, Nian Bing's mind had gradually calmed down. She raised her head and looked at Prince Rong. This time, she saw her grandfather, whom she hadn't seen for 12 years. The first feeling she had was that he was old. After 12 years, the originally white beard and hair had become snow white. Although Prince Rong's eyes were still so sharp, the wrinkles on his face couldn't hide the traces left by the vicissitudes of life. Grandpa was old. Well, Bing, I like the look in your eyes now. I haven't seen you for a few days, but your mental strength seems to have improved a lot. Nian Bing smiled faintly and said, It's all because of Grandpa's teachings. Prince Rong said, The reason I called you here today is not only to ask about your attitude towards the competition, but also to pass on an item to you. I hope you can wear it to participate in this year's Great Magic Tournament. However, to get it, you have to pass my test. Nian Bing was stunned for a moment and said, Test? Grandpa, don't you know my strength? There's no need for a test. Although Nian Bing was confident that she had the strength of a magic shooter, she was after all not a pure fire mage. If she really went against Prince Rong, who was a powerful mage, she was afraid that she would be exposed easily. Prince Rong shook his head and said, No, if you want to get this thing, of course you have to pass the test. I've taught you since you were young that in this world, there is no such thing as a free lunch. Come with me. After he finished speaking, he lightly pressed on a spot on the desk. With a creaking sound, the place where Nian Bing was originally standing in front of the desk cracked open a half-foot wide fissure. Limestone stairs led deep into the ground. Seeing this secret tunnel, Nian Bing sighed in her heart. If she didn't pretend to be an older brother, she was afraid that she would never know the secret of Prince Rong's residence. Prince Rong walked out from behind the desk. He was slightly shorter than Nian Bing, but when he passed by in front of Nian Bing, he was like a towering mountain, giving off a strong pressure to Nian Bing. Ever since she fought with the Feng people's elder Feng Kong, Nian Bing was no longer afraid of archmages. She wasn't afraid of Prince Rong's strength, but at this time, she was most afraid of revealing her identity. Prince Rong walked down the stairs, and Nian Bing could only bite the bullet and follow. The stairs were very long, and wherever Prince Rong went, 2 flame-like lamps would light up on both sides of the wall. Prince Rong didn't say anything, and Nian Bing also didn't say anything. As the saying goes, the more you speak, the more likely you will make mistakes. Although her voice was very similar to Rong Bing's, there were still minute differences. After descending about 100 meters, there were no more stairs. Prince Rong brought Nian Bing along a long and narrow tunnel into the depths of the darkness. Nian Bing controlled her breathing and emotions, constantly thinking about how to deal with the situation that she was about to face. Finally, they reached the end of the tunnel. This was a spacious hall. The hall was about 50 feet tall, and the sides were about 100 feet long. The entire hall was built with hard stones. Nian Bing took a deep breath. How many people were needed to build this kind of underground hall. Moreover, she felt the aura of magic in this hall. Without a doubt, there was definitely an extremely strong magic seal here. It was a seal filled with oppression. In this hall, the flow of magic elements was very slow. Although the air wasn't suffocating, as a magician, Nian Bing felt a trace of oppression. You should be very clear about the situation here. When you first started practicing magic, you spent 3 years here. It was those 3 years that gave you a good foundation. Although the magic elements here are thin, under the effect of the magic array, the magic elements are very uniform and pure, without any impurities outside. Come, let me see your strength. Prince Rong walked to the center of the hall and stopped. Under his feet was a giant red hexagram with a diameter of 30 feet. Nian Bing looked at Prince Rong. He didn't know how to attack. Was he really going to fight? He doubted his own thoughts. Grandfather, I'm a junior. How can I attack you? Prince Rong smiled and said, You're a student now, and I'm your examiner. There's nothing you can't attack. Go all out. If you can't pass my test, not only will I disqualify you from representing the Huarong Empire, but I'll also put you under house arrest for 3 months. Work hard for your freedom. You should know that under these circumstances, I won't hold back. Flames rose from Prince Rong's body. The red flames brought with them immense heat, causing the temperature of the entire hall to rise. The fire elements in the air quickly condensed towards Prince Rong. With every bit of condensation, the flames around Prince Rong grew stronger. Nian Bing sighed inwardly. He knew that he had to make a move. The only thing he could do now was to complete the test without letting Prince Rong discover his identity. At the thought of this, Nian Bing's expression calmed down. As an outstanding mage, calmness was definitely the most important thing. Flames also rose from Nian Bing's body. Although it wasn't as imposing as Prince Rong's, the speed at which it absorbed the fire elements was not slow at all. Nian Bing's body gradually turned red. He stretched out his right hand, and a fireball suddenly appeared in his palm. The fireball kept changing as the fire elements condensed. As its size grew, its aura also grew stronger. Prince Rong nodded and said, All right, it's a good idea to simplify the complicated. I'll see what you can change the fireball into. Nian Bing smiled faintly and said, Then wait and see. I won't let you down. He knew very well that since Prince Rong asked him to attack, he would give him enough time to gather his magic power. Since that was the case, everything became much easier. Although he might not be able to reach the level of a magic shooter with a single fire magic spell, his advantage was his mental strength. Chapter 98. The fireball grew bigger and bigger in Nian Bing's hands. Gradually it exceeded 2 feet in size. The surging fire elements kept making popping sounds. Nian Bing had already raised it above his head, and the heat around his body was continuously increasing. The fireball spell was only a tier 2 spell. For a sorcerer, this spell didn't require any incantations. However, what Nian Bing was condensing now was no longer a simple tier 2 spell. Using a low-tiered spell to condense a high-tiered spell required magic power. This was what Prince Rong meant by simplifying the complicated into the simple. Since Prince Rong wanted to test it, then he would test it with pure magic power. When the fireball's size increased to 3 feet, it stopped increasing. The fireball spell itself was a very stable, low-tiered spell. However, Nian Bing used this spell to condense such a large amount of fire elements. How could it be stable? No one would doubt that this huge fireball with a diameter of 3 feet could explode at any time. However, what Nian Bing did next gave Prince Rong a fright. The huge red fireball gradually changed under Nian Bing's control. It didn't continue to grow, but instead started to shrink. The first thing to shrink was the circle of flames on the outside. The originally radiant fireball suddenly became much dimmer, and the entire fireball turned from red to dark red. Prince Rong made a sound of surprise. He was surprised to find that Nian Bing's blue eyes were now covered with a layer of white light. As an archmage, he naturally knew that this was a situation that could only occur when one's mental strength reached a certain level. A trace of a smile appeared on Prince Rong's face as he muttered to himself. "Kid, looks like I still underestimated you. Your mental strength is actually so strong." Yes, what Nian Bing was using now was his enormous mental strength. The fireball was indeed very unstable after becoming huge, but he was using his mental strength to compress this fireball. It could be seen how greedy he was with his mental strength. His many days of cultivation weren't wasted. Whether it was his magical power or mental strength, he had made considerable progress. After the dark red fireball changed color, it started to compress. Every time it was compressed, the fireball would pause for a moment before continuing to compress. The white light in Nianbing's eyes became stronger and stronger. His mental strength had been raised to the limit. What he had to do was no longer just compress the fireball. At the same time, he had to effectively control the fire elements within the fireball. He even had to arrange the arrangement of the fire elements. Otherwise, once this huge fireball exploded, the first unlucky one would be himself. The fireball continued to shrink. Nian Bing was very greedy for himself. At this moment, he wasn't only to deal with the test in front of him. In the depths of his heart, there was a faint desire to win. He wanted to show this grandfather, who had been strict with him and his father, that he wasn't a good-for-nothing. When the huge fireball shrunk from 3 feet to 2 feet, the color of the fireball changed again. On the surface of the dark red fireball, a layer of dark blue flames appeared. The flames were very small, but they clearly existed. The space within 10 feet of Nian Bing's body had already become somewhat distorted due to the high temperature. The continuously shrinking fireball of Nian Bing was gradually turning blue. Prince Rong looked at Nian Bing in shock. He still wasn't stopping? Was he going to continue compressing? Could it be that his mental strength had already reached the level of an archmage? At this moment, he suddenly realized a problem. He no longer just watched, but began to silently chant an incantation. After all, facing such a huge fireball of unknown power, even a strong person like a prince didn't dare to underestimate it. Finally, the fireball completely turned blue. Looking at the blue fireball in his hand, even Nian Bing found it hard to believe. However, he knew that this was all his mental strength could do. The fireball had shrunk from 3 feet to 1 foot in diameter. With such a large amount of fire elemental essence condensed, if he continued to compress it, he was afraid that his mental strength wouldn't be able to withstand it. "Grandfather, you have to be careful," Nian Bing reminded Prince Rong as the fireball flew out of his hand. The fireball didn't attack in a straight line. Instead, it drew a beautiful arc in the air and fell towards Prince Rong's head. Prince Rong's eyes shone brightly. His incantation seemed to have been completed. The flames around his body turned from red to dark blue in an instant. The flames quickly condensed before the fireball arrived. With a dragon's roar, it actually turned into a blue flame dragon that was 10 feet long. It met Nian Bing's compressed fireball head-on. Of course, Prince Rong's magic wasn't finished yet. As one of the top fire magicians on the continent and the first grand tutor of the Huarong Empire, how could his strength only be this much? When the first blue flame dragon rushed towards the compressed fireball, the second flame dragon also quickly condensed. At the same time, the blue flames formed a blue flame barrier around his body, isolating him from the outside world. The second flame dragon flew up and met the fireball from another direction. However, its speed was much faster. When the first flame dragon was about to come into contact with the fireball, the second flame dragon arrived at the same time. Of course, Nian Bing didn't want the fireball that he had painstakingly condensed to be destroyed just like that. He immediately reacted. The fireball that was originally flying forward in an arc suddenly plummeted towards the ground as if it was falling. The 2 fire dragons quickly chased after it. Just as the fireball was about to hit the ground, it suddenly flew forward while sticking close to the ground. It swayed to the left and right to lure the two fire dragons away. Then, it suddenly accelerated and flew towards Prince Rong. Prince Rong praised, "Good, you're indeed my grandson. Let's have a good show of two dragons fighting for a pearl." As he said that, his right hand moved slightly in the air. Nian Bing saw a strange scene. One of the two flame dragons suddenly expanded to its limit, almost filling 1/3 of the entire hall and enveloping Nian Bing's fireball, while the other flame dragon directly rushed into the body of the first flame dragon. Before Nian Bing could react, it had already caught up with his fireball. It was already too late to break free. However, Nian Bing would not allow the energy of the two flame dragons to nibble away at his compressed fireball. Even if he wanted to explode, he must find the best opportunity. The fireball moved at lightning speed. It didn't have a target and it moved in a random direction. However, it created an afterimage in the first fire dragon's body. Just as the second fire dragon was blindly chasing after the fireball, the white light in Nian Bing's eyes suddenly shone brightly. Boom! A huge roar shook the entire underground hall violently. The four walls, the floor, and the top of the hall simultaneously emitted a strong red light. The violent roar shook Nian Bing several steps back, constantly casting one wall of fire after another in front of him. The whole hall groaned in the interweaving of red and blue light. No one could imagine the power of the violent explosion. Everything was over. Nian Bing fell to the ground with a pale face. However, with the help of the Fire Dragon King Garamandes to strengthen his physique, he did not suffer any harm. It's just that the vibration of his mental power was more violent. Nian Bing's face revealed a smile. Looking at Prince Rong, who was still standing on the other side of the hall, he knew that he should have passed the test. The layer of blue light around Prince Rong's body was still there, but the two 7th-rank flame dragons he released were blown to pieces, not even leaving behind a flame residue. Although Nian Bing consumed a lot of magical power, it was only equivalent to a 7th-rank spell. But he used two 7th-rank flame dragons, which were both blown up by Nian Bing's highly compressed fireball. Looking at the current situation, Nian Bing was the one who had the advantage. Clap, clap, clap. Prince Rong clapped his hands and said indifferently, "Even if the real Rong Bing did it, I'm afraid he could only do it to this extent. Not bad. Very good, young Archmage. How should I address you?" Nian Bing's whole body trembled. He did not know where he exposed a flaw. Suppressing the surprise in his heart, he pretended to be surprised. "Grandfather, what do you mean? I'm Rong Bing. Don't you recognize me?" Prince Rong shook his head and said, "It's because I know my grandson that I know you're not him. Actually, when I first saw you, I already knew that you weren't him. Otherwise, why would I bring my grandson here for a test when I wanted to give him something? It's just like what you said. How could I not know my grandson's ability? However, I have to admit that you're very strong, so strong that you're close to Rong Bing's realm. However, if you don't show me the strength to fight against me, the final outcome will be to nurse a grievance here. Fight for your honor. I won't be merciful to an invading enemy. I haven't been active for a long time. Having a mage as an opponent, I think it's not bad." Nian Bing stood up. He knew that no matter what he said now, Prince Rong would not believe that he was his grandson Rong Bing. So be it. What was there to be afraid of? The grievances that he and his father had suffered in his childhood burst forth in an instant, and the light of hatred shot out from his eyes. Nian Bing's voice became very cold. "Prince Rong is indeed Prince Rong, to actually be discovered by you. However, I really want to know, how did you know that I'm not Rong Bing?" Prince Rong smiled indifferently and said, "That's not difficult. Firstly, Bing, Ai's clothes have not changed for more than 10 years. Regardless of spring, summer, autumn, or winter, he's always dressed in white. How could there be a sudden change? Also, there's the golden lion embroidery on your chest. Not bad. It's very similar to your hometown's embroidery. Normal people would not be able to tell. However, don't forget my nickname. as the blazing Lion King, if I can't even recognize the symbol that symbolizes me, then I won't have this title. Now you should understand." Nianbing nodded and said, "I understand. In that case, let's fight." He slowly closed his eyes, feeling the agitation in his heart. It was as if he had returned to his childhood. He remembered very clearly that almost every time his father brought him to see this grandfather of his, apart from scolding him, his grandfather didn't seem to show any other emotions. Therefore, every time he met this Prince Rong, it was the thing that Nianbing was most unwilling to do. Today he was finally going to face him again, and in a situation where they were on opposite sides. "Father, if it wasn't for him, perhaps we could at least have a home. However, from the day I was born, apart from the small house where you and Mother lived, I didn't have a home. The Rong family doesn't belong to me, and I am also not a part of the Rong family. Today, let me abandon everything and fight with my own grandfather. The result is no longer important whether I live or die." Thinking of this, Nianbing didn't hide anything anymore. He slowly put his hands together in front of him, and his left and right index fingers drew out at the same time. Blue and red lights instantly condensed into two shining triangles, and a hexagram of the same origin of ice and fire was formed in an instant. At this moment, the aura emitted from his body changed again. That was the change of light. Blue and red lights soared at the same time. It was the power of the same origin of ice and fire. At this moment, he finally showed his true strength. Prince Rong looked at Nianbing in astonishment. "Is this the same origin of ice and fire? Young man, not only do you look very similar to Bing, but you also have a talent that is not inferior to his. I haven't seen such a strange magic for a long time. I already have a fighting spirit." Nianbing said coldly, "Then let's show your fighting spirit completely. Even if I die, I hope that I can face the blazing Lion King in its perfect state." Sigh of the ice goddess. The blue light instantly lit up, and a dot of blue light expanded from Nianbing's hand. With a clink, the morning dew dagger stabbed into the ground under Nianbing's feet, emitting an abnormally cold luster. It immediately brought a trace of coldness to the originally extremely hot hull. Seeing the stone of the ice goddess, Prince Rong's expression couldn't help but change greatly. He looked straight at Nianbing, and a trace of anger flashed through his eyes. Roar of the fire god. The red light wasn't inferior to the blue light. It also stabbed into the ground under Nianbing's feet and fused with the hexagram of the same origin of ice and fire. At this moment, Nianbing had already let go of all the burdens in his heart. He only wanted to fight with all his strength. Stone of the fire god. Prince Rong's red magician's robe with golden edges suddenly swelled up, and his expression fluctuated. "That's right, it's the stone of the fire god. Back then, didn't you chase after Rongtian for it? Fine, I'll return it today. As long as you can kill me, you can get back this Rong family's most precious treasure." Nianbing's voice was even colder than before, and he didn't stop his actions. Whisper of the wind of freedom. Hexagram of divine tactics. Dawn piercing through heaven and earth. Curse of eternal hell. Green, silver, white, and black lights shone at the same time. In the originally not very lively hall, the cheers of the magic elements could almost be heard. This was the effect of the top-grade gemstones. The Proud Heaven Dagger, the 4 Stars Dagger, the Holy Radiance Dagger, and the Demon-Devouring Dagger were all stabbed into the hexagram of the same origin of ice and fire. The 6 Supreme-Grade Magic Sabers shone with different lights. There was no need for Nianbing to chant an incantation, nor did he have to do anything on purpose. The 6 magic sabers naturally formed a layer of mist that protected his body. Nianbing smiled. His eyes were filled with sorrow. "Prince Rong, back then, my father only took away 1 stone of the fire god. This time, I'm giving you 6 top-grade gemstones. I think my father's mistake can be made up for. These 6 gemstones can also be used to replace your love for him. My father and I have nothing to do with the Roan family. Today I won't hold back. Although I know I'm not your opponent, I still want to fight with you. Even if I die, I'll choose to die in battle. Rise, holy light that penetrates the heavens and the earth. You represent the endless light that illuminates the earth. Transform, holy light's aura, in the radiance of the same origin of ice and fire. Shine your holy light. Holy light. Under the effect of Nianbing's spell, the holy light on the holy radiance blade rose to the extreme in an instant, illuminating the whole hall as if it was daytime. Holy light. This was a holy light that could purify everything. It was also one of the rare offensive spells of light magic. It had a double effect on dark creatures and dark magicians. A huge pillar of white light condensed in front of Nianbing. Prince Roan calmly looked at the excited Nianbing chanting a spell. When he discovered that Nianbing wasn't using a spell of the same origin of ice and fire, but a light spell of the 8th step, holy light, his face revealed a look of astonishment. He didn't expect that Nianbing could use a 3rd type of magic. However, what surprised Prince Roan was that Nianbing didn't stop chanting. Under the control of his spiritual force, the holy light completely surrounded the hexagram of ice and fire. He continued to chant, Wind of freedom, you're gentle and soft. When facing friends, you're as warm as the spring breeze. When facing enemies, you're as cold as the winter sun. Please lend me your extreme cold. The wind moved. The green light of the proud heaven blade rose in an instant. The green light of the blade broke through the shackles and soared into the sky. The wind of freedom's soft cry stirred up the wind's aura. Nianbing's clothes fluttered in the wind as the gentle wind blew against him. Proud and aloof ice, coldness is your character. Toughness is your aura. Please merge your coldness and toughness and turn them into an indestructible, sharp blade. Blue spots of light condensed in the wind, turning into solid, sharp blades. These weren't ice blades of the 2nd step, but real ice. The ice blades shone with an austere light. It was the 7th step of the ice rain. The holy light's function was only to act as a protective barrier. With this light, spell of the 8th step, Nianbing greedily hoped that Prince Roan wouldn't be able to attack her before she finished chanting. Hurricane Ice Rain. Every time Nianbing used this spell, her opponent was swordsman Elder Feng Kong. Although Feng Kong was injured at that time, he was still a swordsman. However, in front of Nianbing's spell, he couldn't do anything. The wind started to swirl violently, and the solid ice blades were fusing with the wind. The hurricane ice rain had started to erupt. Fire, ice, light, wind. For types of magic, it seems that I'm really old. Prince Roan's eyes revealed a trace of gentleness. With a flash of red light, a long magic staff appeared in his hand. His chanting voice was very low, and Nianbing couldn't hear it at all. However, the blue flames surrounding his body had already turned purple as he continued to chant in a low voice. Of the 2 mages, one was a top mage on the continent, while the other was the first human to use mimicry magic and control 6 types of magic. What would be the final result of their battle? The proud heaven blade and morning dew dagger jumped into her hands at the same time. Nianbing moved, waving the 2 daggers forward at the same time. Rays of light suddenly burst forth, and the hurricane ice rain was completely formed in an instant. It passed through the holy light in the form of a tornado, heading towards Prince Roan on the other side of the hall. Purple flames erupted at the end of the spell. Firewall, yes, a simple firewall. The wall formed by purple flames moved horizontally, directly facing the fusion spell of hurricane and ice rain. Ling Yanbing was shocked by what happened next. When the hurricane ice rain met the purple flame wall, its power rapidly weakened. On the other hand, The purple flame wall continued to strengthen with Prince Rong's support. Suddenly, Prince Rong shouted, and the purple flame wall rose to the same height as the hull. The hurricane ice rain that had previously entangled swordsmen disappeared just like that. Nian Bing understood that it wasn't that the power of her magic had weakened, but that Prince Rong's magic was too strong. The powerful hurricane ice rain didn't even have time to display its power before it was devoured. Was this the power of a true fire archmage? Prince Rong's eyes shone brightly. He raised the magic staff in his hand, and the purple flame wall instantly condensed into a huge flaming lion, pouncing towards Nian Bing with unparalleled speed. "Grandfather, no." A terrified voice came from the corridor, and a white figure quickly rushed towards the hall. It was Rong Bing. Not long ago, after Nian Bing left the study, Rong Bing's emotions were constantly fluctuating. When he saw his younger brother again, he was no less excited than Nian Bing. Although he was anxious that Nian Bing had left, he also knew that he couldn't leave too quickly. Otherwise, Nian Bing's identity would be easily exposed. However, he suddenly felt a faint sense of unease. After the time it took to eat a meal after Nian Bing left, he finally couldn't help but leave the library. Rong Bing was preparing to find his father and tell him about his encounter with Nian Bing today. But on the way, he ran into the Red Lion Guard that had led Nian Bing to Prince Rong. When the Red Lion Guard saw him, he was very surprised and couldn't help but ask him why he came out of the prince's study so quickly. After hearing the Red Lion Guard's words, Rong Bing immediately realized that something was wrong. Grandfather was too familiar with him. Nian Bing's disguise couldn't be hidden from him. Without thinking too much, Rong Bing immediately rushed to Prince Rong's study as fast as he could. Others might not know about the secret hall under Prince Rong's study, but how could he not know? However, he was still a step too late. When he was about to rush out of the corridor and into the hall, he just happened to see that huge flaming lion pouncing towards Nian Bing. Rong Bing was a magic shooter, but he was only a magician. How could a magician's running speed be fast? Looking at the purple lion rushing towards Nian Bing, he didn't have the ability to stop it at all. His mind instantly became blank. No one knew better than him that this was the power of a forbidden spell. Hearing her brother's voice and facing the huge purple lion, Nian Bing's heart suddenly rose with unintentional courage. The holy brilliance sword jumped into his hand, and his whole body plunged into the sea of unintentional flames. At this moment, not only did he burst forth with all his magic power, but he also burst forth with all his mental strength at the same time. On the ground, the red and blue magic array of the same origin of ice and fire floated up and instantly merged with the divine light. For a moment, the white, blue, and red rays of light actually completely merged together, fusing together with Nian Bing's heart. The mixed rays of light colored Nian Bing's body, and at the same time, the holy brilliance soared in his hand. Dragon dance. A dragon's roar sounded from the huge tricolored light that covered Nian Bing. It wasn't the roar of a dragon, but the roar of 9 dragons. At this moment, Nian Bing, through the perfect fusion of the same origin of ice and fire and light magic, suddenly raised her attack power to the level of an archmage. Even though this was only the moment when his life was in danger, it was enough. The 9 dragons entangled in white, blue, and red rays of light rushed out at the same time, and the scene of 9 dragons galloping covered the entire hall. Prince Rong wasn't frightened by the scene in front of him. Looking at the 9 dragons in front of him, the purple lion he controlled suddenly stopped charging forward, and the light of the purple flames rose again. That was an absolutely surging divine light, a divine light that no one could imagine. The 9 dragons were swallowed up one by one. Even if Nian Bing had reached the level of an archmage, the difference in strength was still there. How could he break through the power of a forbidden spell? Rong Bing knelt on the ground in despair and closed his eyes. Tears flowed down his face. He didn't need to look to know that Nian Bing couldn't win against his grandfather. The hall gradually calmed down, and all kinds of complicated rays of light gradually disappeared. Prince Rong suddenly discovered in surprise that there were only 5 shining blades in front of him, and Nian Bing was gone. His heart shook, and he abruptly turned around. The huge purple lion had also come to his side. Yes, Nian Bing was half kneeling behind him, constantly panting. Nian Bing's newly bought golden red robe was already torn in many places, and her face was frighteningly pale. Large drops of sweat rolled down her forehead, and the extreme exhaustion of her magic and spiritual force had already caused her to enter a semi-conscious state. In his hand, there was a strangely shaped silver knife. Its hexagonal blade was shining brightly. Prince Rong felt his heart skip a beat. If Nian Bing was a bit stronger and still had the strength to come behind him, what would happen? He shook his head with a bitter smile, not daring to think about it. However, if he had attacked her together, Nian Bing probably wouldn't have had the strength to come behind him. Spatial magic. This was the 5th type of magic he had used. Brat, how many more surprises do you have to give me? With a thump, Nian Bing, who had been trying her best to hold on, finally collapsed to the ground and fainted. However, his hand was still tightly gripping the 4 stars blade. When the first dragon came into contact with the purple lion, he already knew that he couldn't defend against it, so he wisely chose to escape, and the best way to do so was to use spatial magic. When the last 3 dragons rushed out, he gave up on the Holy Radiance blade and chose the 4 stars blade, and used the moment the light blinded him to activate a short-distance teleportation. Originally, he wanted to teleport himself outside, but he forgot that there was a strong seal in this underground hall, so the short-distance teleportation accidentally sent him behind Prince Rong, resulting in the previous scene. Everything returned to normal, and Rong Bing slowly opened his eyes. The first thing he saw was the 5 blades at the position where Rong Bing was, and then his grandfather. Grandfather, he is Nian Bing. He is also your grandson. Why did you kill him? Rong Bing's voice was filled with sorrow. Prince Rong said indifferently, I have always been merciless in front of my enemies, but even a vicious tiger will not eat its own cubs. Do you think I will kill my own grandson? As he said that, he turned to the side and revealed Nian Bing, who had fainted not far behind him. Nian Bing! Ice Melt cried out in surprise. She rushed to Nian Bing's side as quickly as she could and hugged his upper body as she probed for his aura. Prince Rong said indifferently, Don't worry, he will be fine. He just fainted because he used too much energy. Rong Bing let out a long breath. Grandfather, Prince Rong waved his hand and said, Don't say anything. Settle him down first, then come to the study to find me. I need your explanation. As he said that, he waved his hand, and a fiery red light lit up, including Nian Bing's 4 stars blade. All 6 blades fell into Prince Rong's hands. Rong Bing was in a good mood. At least Nian Bing was not dead, and that was enough. He carried his younger brother's body and followed his grandfather back to the study. According to Prince Rong's instructions, he settled Nian Bing in his room, then returned to the study to see Prince Rong. When Rong Bing returned to the study, Prince Rong was sitting in silence behind the study table. In front of him, there were 6 different blades, neatly arranged on the table. Grandfather, I am here. Rong Bing was a little uneasy. In the prince's residence, the only person he was afraid of was his grandfather. Prince Rong said indifferently, You can start talking now. You should know what I want to hear. Since Nian Bing had already been found out by his grandfather, there was nothing to hide anymore. Then he told his grandfather about how Nian Bing snuck into the study tonight, but did not mention the part where he gave the notebook to Nian Bing. Are you saying that Rong Tian is already dead? Prince Rong's expression and tone were still calm, but Rong Bing could clearly see his grandfather's hand on the table trembling slightly. Yes, grandfather, this is what Nian Bing said. He has no reason to lie to me. Grandfather, Nian Bing is already pitiful enough. He finally came back. He must have suffered a lot these years, you. Chapter 99. Shut up! Prince Rong shouted coldly, stopping Rongbing's words. I don't need you to teach me what to do. All right, you can leave. When he wakes up tomorrow, bring him here to see me. If you dare to let him out without my permission, I will punish you as well. Yes, grandfather. He agreed. Rongbing hesitated for a moment, then sighed softly and turned to leave Prince Rong's study. Only Prince Rong was left in the study, looking at the 6 magic swords on the table. Prince Rong's eyes gradually became blurry. Tian, are you actually dead? Why didn't you come back after so many years? Don't you understand? Back then, I hated you for not living up to my expectations. Is that woman really worth you sacrificing so much? Actually, when Nian Bing entered the study and was discovered, Prince Rong had already vaguely guessed Nian Bing's identity. With his experience, he could naturally tell that Nian Bing's appearance wasn't disguised by magic. And since he looked so similar to Rongbing, Prince Rong naturally thought of something. That was why Prince Rong led him to the underground hall to test his magic. When Nian Bing summoned the god of fire's roar, Prince Rong immediately knew that the person facing him was one of his own grandsons, the son of Rongtian whom he once doted on the most. After an unknown amount of time, Nian Bing slowly woke up from his slumber. His brain continuously throbbed with pain and dizziness, causing him to groan uncontrollably. He wanted to open his eyes, but he couldn't muster any strength. It was as if his entire body had been hollowed out. Am I dead? Nian Bing asked himself in his heart. He didn't know that when his mind was clear and at a loss, a familiar warmth flowed into his body from his chest, nourishing his meridians. It's the aura of the heavenly flower token. That means I'm not dead yet. Nian Bing was very excited. He no longer acted like a fool and completely woke up, regaining his calm. He felt the gentle energy bestowed by the heavenly flower tablet. He focused on his inner vision and sensed the current state of his body. After a brief observation, Nian Bing could not think of any other way to describe it other than the word terrible. In his body, both his spiritual energy and magic had reached the point of exhaustion. His body was fine, but the extreme consumption of his spiritual energy had caused him to fall into a semi-conscious state. Nian Bing knew that if it wasn't for the nourishment and protection of the heavenly flower token, she didn't know how long it would take for her to regain her consciousness. He was still alive. However, she had no idea what was happening outside. The most important thing now was to quickly recover her strength. Only then would she be able to deal with everything in the outside world. Thinking of this, Nian Bing borrowed the power of the heavenly flower token and lay there to begin the process of meditation. It was undoubtedly a very painful thing to meditate in a situation where one's mental strength and magic power were both exhausted. Without a strong mental strength to guide them, it would be very difficult. The speed at which magic was condensed was astonishingly slow. If she did not concentrate on sensing it, she would not be able to discover that the traces of magic were seeping into her body. Nian Bing was not anxious, because she knew that it was useless to be anxious. In this situation, she could only gradually recover. While condensing her magic, she recalled the battle with Prince Rong. The magnificent battle of magic did not last long, but Nian Bing learned a lot from Prince Rong. She was a sorcerer with the same origin of ice and fire and could use 6 types of magic. However, in the face of Prince Rong's single magic, she could not withstand a single blow. Only the compressed fireball at the beginning could barely resist Prince Rong, but when his flames turned purple, even if she used her strongest magic, she could not stop his attack. Was this the difference in strength? In the face of such an absolute difference, any technique was useless. Originally, before Nian Bing used the last spell, she had the time clock to sacrifice her vitality to cast a curse spell. However, before that, she still had a sliver of luck because she still had the Jade Pearl Sword. Moreover, although she was unwilling to admit it, the enemy she was facing was her own grandfather. Therefore, she did not use the curse spell. In the end, She ignored the barrier and fainted from exhaustion. Prince Rong only used an ordinary magic staff. Even if the quality of the staff was good, it could not be compared to her roar of the fire god. However, the speed of his magic was much faster than hers. Moreover, looking at its power, it was not an exaggeration to say that it was at the 10th level. To be able to use such a powerful magic in such a short period of time, Prince Rong was indeed worthy of being the Fire Lion King. However, based on his strength, the Ice Goddess Priestess had won against Prince Rong and his two brothers. Wouldn't that mean that she was even more inferior to him? Thinking of this, Nian Bing could not help but feel a little dejected. Her magical energy and mental strength were recovering bit by bit. As the two different abilities recovered to a certain extent, Nian Bing could already feel that the speed at which she condensed her magical energy was getting faster and faster. The ice and fire magical energy connected to her chest and lower abdomen gradually had a red and blue luster. Looking at the real magical elements, Nian Bing's heart was filled with a sense of familiarity. She was calling for the condensation of this power, calling for her partner. When he opened his eyes, Nian Bing saw a vast expanse of whiteness. This was a spacious bed, but the bed wasn't soft at all. Instead, it was hard. He moved his body slightly and immediately felt waves of soreness. Her magical energy had recovered by 30%. She really wanted to see her current situation, so she temporarily stopped her meditation and woke up. "Nian Bing, you're awake." An excited voice sounded. Before Nian Bing could react, another person appeared in front of the bed. It was her older brother, Rong Bing. Seeing Rong Bing, Nian Bing's heart immediately calmed down a little, and a trace of a smile appeared on her face. "Brother, did you save me?" Rong Bing shook his head and said, "No, I didn't save you. It could be said that you saved yourself. It could also be said that grandfather didn't have the heart to hurt you." Nian Bing frowned slightly and said, "So I'm still in the Rong family? Brother, does Prince Rong want to put me under house arrest in the prince's mansion, like what he did to my father?" Rong Bing sighed softly and said, "I don't know. Grandfather only said that when you wake up, I'll take you to see him." Nian Bing sat up from the bed. Since he had recovered 30% of his magical energy and mental strength, there was no problem with his body. She sighed and said, "The more I don't want to face something, the faster it will come. It seems that running away is useless. Brother, take me to see him." It wasn't that she didn't want to leave this place, but she didn't want to bring trouble to her elder brother, who cared about her even more. Rong Bing's eyes shone. Suddenly he pressed Nian Bing's shoulder and said, "No, don't go. You should go. You're right. I think grandfather will very likely put you under house arrest." Nian Bing paused for a second, then slowly shook her head and said, "No, I want to see him. I have to face what I have to face. Even if he really wants to put me under house arrest, it's nothing." Although Rong Bing didn't say anything, she clearly understood that if she just left like this, it would definitely bring a lot of trouble to Rong Bing. The Rong family's rules were extremely strict. No one could go unpunished after breaking the rules. Rong Bing said, "Do you really want to see grandfather?" "Nian Bing, even if grandpa was wrong back then, he is still our father. That day when you fainted, grandfather said that even a vicious tiger wouldn't eat its own cubs. Grandfather is old now. He is no longer as strict as he used to be when he was young. If you go to see him now, you have to control your tone. Don't offend him. Promise me, okay? Otherwise, I won't take you to see him." Nian Bing's eyes shone. She thought of her father and the days when she was a child. Nian Bing smiled and said, "Brother, I've grown up. I'm not a kid anymore. I know what I should do at what time. Take me to him. I want to have a good talk with him. But since the day my father and I left the prince's mansion, I have already stopped being a member of the Rong family." Putting on Rong Bing's clothes, the two brothers stood side by side, as if they were born from the same mother. They glanced at each other and couldn't help but smile. Rong Bing reached out his right hand to Nian Bing and said, "Nian Bing, no matter what happens, I will always be on your side. Nien Bing also reached out his right hand and shook his brother's hand. He didn't say anything, but the look in his eyes had already made Rong Bing understand. Walking in Prince Rong's mansion, the appearance of Nien Bing and Rong Bing didn't attract anyone's attention. This was because Nien Bing was wearing his bamboo hat. When he took out the bamboo hat from his spatial ring, he already knew that the magic blade he relied on was gone. However, he was very calm. He wanted to laugh when he was about to face his grandfather. His father took away the divine stone of fire, but he gave back 6 top-quality gems. If his father was still here, how would he deal with all this? Rong Bing's room wasn't far from the study, so the two quickly arrived at this familiar place. Rong Bing gave Nien Bing a look, walked up a few steps, and knocked on the door. "Grandfather, Rong Bing and Nien Bing are here to see you. Come in." Prince Rong's voice was very calm, without the slightest trace of emotion. Rong Bing pushed open the door to the study and walked in with Nien Bing. Prince Rong was still in the same clothes as the other day. The red magic robe set off his majestic aura. "Grandfather, Nien Bing just woke up, so I brought him here," Rong Bing said respectfully. Prince Rong said indifferently, "You can go back first. I want to talk to him alone." "Grandfather, let me stay," Rong Bing said urgently. "Leave." Prince Rong's eyes flashed. The fierce aura intimidated Rong Bing so much that he took 2 steps back. He looked up at Nien Bing and gave him a careful look, then slowly left the study. He didn't dare to offend Prince Rong's authority. Rong Bing closed the door behind him. Hearing the sound of the door closing, Nien Bing slowly took off the bamboo hat on his head. His eyes were calm and cold as he looked directly at Prince Rong's fierce gaze. "I heard from Rong Bing that Rong Tian is dead." Prince Rong looked at Nien Bing's cold eyes and said indifferently. Nien Bing said calmly, "He's dead. 8 years ago, father and mother were buried in the Ice God Tower. However, this doesn't seem to have anything to do with you. From the moment we left the Rong family, our surname is no longer Rong. I am Nien Bing. It means that my father missed his mother. Bastard." Prince Rong flew into a rage and stood up abruptly. Even if he turned into ashes, Rong Tian was still a member of the Rong family. Nien Bing sneered. His eyes were filled with sadness. Although he knew that this powerful Prince Rong could kill him at any time, he couldn't control his emotions anymore. His eyes turned red and his body trembled slightly. He shouted emotionally, "People of the Rong family? Who treated my father and I as people of the Rong family? If you treated us as people of the Rong family, why did you treat us like that? Was it because my father fell in love with my mother? Was it because they gave birth to me? You're a flaming lion, so you're targeting the Ice God Tower. However, what right do you have to link all of this to the next generation? Father and mother were so loving, yet you forcefully broke them apart. Mother had me, and it wasn't easy for her to find father. However, after a few days of comfort, our happiness didn't exist. You said that we are people of the Rong family. Was that what you thought when my father and I were chased by the Rong family's guards? Where was the Rong family when we wandered the world for our home? Home? When my father and I left this place, we didn't have a home. You didn't want us for a long time. Now, you're telling me that my father is a member of the Rong family? Could it be that only dead people can return to the Rong family? I don't care. I don't care about such a family. Perhaps others think that the Rong family is supreme, but in my eyes it is just a cold prison. There is no affection, only rigid rules and cold relationships. Since my mother was taken away by the ice goddess, my father and I lived in the Rong family for 6 years. Every day, my father missed my mother, and the so-called family members looked down on him. Prince Rong, do you know what impression I have of you? In my memories, you were never like my grandfather. You only roared angrily like a lion. I watched my father become indifferent to your roars, and watched my father become more and more haggard day by day. Although I was very young at that time, I also understood that this so-called family couldn't accommodate us at all. I don't admit that I am a member of the Rong family, nor am I your grandson. You can treat me as an invader and kill me as you wish. But if you want me to admit that you are my grandfather, unless my parents come back to life, it's impossible. I am already an orphan. Nian Bing's words were full of sorrow, but every word was so sonorous and powerful. Her tone was resolute and unquestionable. All the grievances and hatred she had endured for many years completely exploded at this moment. Nian Bing hated the ice goddess because she killed her parents. However, she also hated Prince Rong. If Prince Rong didn't oppose his parents' marriage, at least she and her father would still have a family. Orphan, yes. She had been an orphan since she was 10 years old. If she hadn't met her master, she probably would have died long ago. Prince Rong stood behind the desk and looked at Nian Bing. Seeing the tears on his face, the anger on Prince Rong's face gradually disappeared. He said coldly, "If your father was still here, he definitely wouldn't dare to talk to me like this. To be precise, since the day the Huarong Empire was established, you are the first person who dared to talk back to me like this." Nian Bing smiled and walked up to the desk. She looked into Prince Rong's eyes and said, "I'm not even afraid of death. So what's wrong with talking back to you? Do you still think you are in the right? However, in my eyes, you are just a headstrong old man. If I don't die this time when I have enough strength one day, I might not come looking for trouble with the Rong family." Prince Rong said coldly, "Are you forcing me to kill you?" Nian Bing said indifferently, "Go ahead and kill me. You have so many children and grandchildren and so many subordinates. Killing me won't affect you at all. I only have 30% of my magic power now, and I don't even have a chance to resist. If you kill me, the voices that go against you will disappear. I'm not my father, and my father will only submit in front of your might. However, I won't. I will fight for my own geographical sense." Prince Rong said indifferently, "Do you think you can just die by my hands like this? Does it mean anything to you? Don't you want to avenge your parents?" Nian Bing's body trembled, and the muscles on her face twitched. Indeed, before coming here, she had already disregarded her life and death. However, when Prince Rong mentioned avenging her parents, her heart was moved. Prince Rong said, "You're right about one thing. I have many children and grandchildren, so it's nothing if you die. However, don't forget that you're Rongtian's only son. You can't avenge your parents. You're unfilial. The dead are heavier than a mountain. Some are lighter than a goose feather. Do you think it means anything if you die by my hands like this?" Nian Bing's agitated emotions gradually calmed down. "So you are saying that you are willing to let me go?" Prince Rong returned to his seat. "Let you go? Sure, I didn't want to kill you in the first place. Killing you won't benefit me at all. However, if you want to leave the prince's residence alive, you have to pay a price. There is nothing that can be obtained without paying a price. Take out something that can exchange for your life, and you can leave." Nian Bing sneered and said, "I don't have anything that can exchange for my life. My most precious 6 swords are in your hands." "No, you do." Nian Bing was shocked to find that Prince Rong, who had always been extremely strict in her heart, actually revealed a trace of a smile on his face. "I do? What is it? Why don't I know?" Nian Bing looked at Prince Rong in confusion. Prince Rong said indifferently, "It's very simple. I want to know how you can control so many types of magic. I have been immersed in magic for nearly 70 years, and this is the first time I have seen someone who can use so many types of magic. The value of this secret is much higher than your life. Of course, I don't want to hear lies. You should understand that lies have no effect on me." Nian Bing looked at Prince Rong in a daze. "It's that simple? You only want to know this, and you want to let me go?" Prince Rong said indifferently, "Do you want to die?" "No, I don't want to die." Nian Bing shook her head hard. For the sake of her parents' revenge, she couldn't die. "Then you can begin to tell me. I am very interested in your magic. Rongbing is the successor of your generation that I have groomed with all my might. He has been practicing meditation since he was 4 years old. The process of learning magic is the most advanced. Moreover, he has high comprehension and is willing to work hard. That's why he has just reached the realm of a magic shooter this year. However, you are 1 year younger than him, yet you have already reached the realm of a magic shooter. In terms of the transformation of magic, he can't compare to you, especially the use of fusion magic and the control of mental strength. I want to know how you cultivate. Nianbing said, You mean as long as I tell you the process of my cultivation, I can leave? Prince Rong nodded and said, That's right. I, Rong Yan, have never gone back on my words. You can begin to tell me. Nianbing said, Actually, it's not a big deal to tell you, because my situation is very difficult to replicate. When I was young, I had always followed my father to cultivate fire magic. After that, I left this place. No matter where my father went, he would work hard to cultivate. Because if he wanted to save my mother, he had to have strong abilities. Under my father's influence, my fire magic continued to improve. Finally, my father couldn't bear it anymore and wanted to see my mother. However, my father couldn't resist the power of the ice goddess priestess. When my father was about to be swallowed by the magic of the ice goddess priestess, my mother broke free from her shackles and joined hands with my father to resist the magic of the ice goddess priestess. In order to let me escape, my mother gave me the precious ice goddess stone. I used the spatial magic scroll that my father had prepared in advance to escape the scene. The moment I left, I clearly saw my father and mother's bodies being swallowed by the magic of the ice goddess priestess. Later, I was saved by my first master. When I started to cultivate magic again, I discovered that not only did my body have the fire element, there was also the ice element at the same time. Maybe it's because my parents have the fire and ice element respectively. I actually inherited their constitutions at the same time, and the ice goddess stone triggered my ice element physique. From then on, I started to cultivate ice and fire magic. No, that's impossible. If you have ice and fire magic at the same time, the biggest possibility is that you will be swallowed by them. Who is the first master you speak of? Did he guide you? Nianbing shook her head and said, My first master was a great chef. I learned cooking from him. It wasn't magic. Maybe the heavens took pity on me and wanted to give me a chance to take revenge. I met my destined benefactor. She was also the mother that I later recognized. She gave me a piece of top-quality jade. When I was facing the ice and fire magic for the first time, this piece of jade saved my life. It was also at that time that I truly entered the ice and fire magic elementary cultivation. My strength began to make great progress. As for my growth later on, it was daunting but not dangerous. When my ice and fire magic reached a certain level, I met my second master. He passed on his knowledge of magic to me. At his place, I saw many magic books and combined them with my own understanding. I continued to cultivate. That's why I said that even if I told you all these cultivation methods, it would be useless. After all, it's hard to find someone who has both the ice and fire element physique at the same time. It's even more impossible to find someone who can obtain the ice goddess stone and the fire stone. With all kinds of luck, I have today's me. Prince Rong's eyes flashed. Nianbing explained it very simply, skipping over the key points. But he understood that cultivating the ice and fire magic elementary cultivation wasn't easy. If he wasn't careful, he would be devoured by magic. Nianbing's body was like a huge bomb that could explode at any time. Controlling this bomb and using him, no wonder his mental strength was so strong. Then what happened? How do you explain your other magic spells? Don't tell me you also have a few physiques. It's not that I haven't seen people who have 3 types of magic at the same time, but because they are restrained by each other, they either die or the magician lives a mediocre life. But I see 5 types of magic in you, and each of them is at least at the 7th level. How do you explain this? Nian Bing smiled faintly and said, "That's even simpler. Actually, what I have is only the ice and fire magic elementary cultivation. The other types of magic that you see aren't something that I can use on my own. I rely on the mimicry ability to balance the ice and fire magic elementary cultivation in a subtle way. And with the help of a few top-notch magic blades, I can use different types of magic. To be honest, not only can I use 5 types of magic, I can even use 7 types of magic. It's just that I just got the Dark Devouring Magic Blade not long ago. And I don't know much about dark magic incantations, so I haven't used it yet. What I lack now is an Earth Magic Blade. If I can get it and make use of the mimicry ability, I can become an all-elemental magician. You don't have to think too much about what mimicry magic is. This ability doesn't belong to humans. Only my ice and fire magic elementary cultivation can allow the magical elements to reach a subtle balance, and then use the magic blade to release different types of magic. Prince Rong snorted and said, "You don't make use of the ice and fire magic elementary cultivation, and you just have to research some mimicry magic. According to your explanation, the strength of your mimicry magic is definitely weaker than the ice and fire magic elementary cultivation. Why didn't you use the ice and fire magic elementary cultivation to attack me yesterday? That way, your chances would be higher." Nian Bing said, "It's not that I don't want to use it, but in the situation yesterday, when facing you, you're a top-notch fire magician. Whether it's ice or fire, the threat to you is relatively small. That's why I chose the combination of ice and wind and the combination of fire and light, so that I can offset more of your attack power. However, I still miscalculated. The strength of your magic is far greater than the magic I use. My skills can't make up for the difference between us, so I lost. That's right, the ice and fire magic elementary cultivation is already very good. It's enough for me to use for a lifetime. However, you can't deny that the other types of magic have their own characteristics. For example, wind magic can allow me to fly, space magic can save my life at a critical moment, and light magic can dispel all evil auras. Don't tell me you think that they're all useless. Moreover, I'm only researching the techniques of using these few types of magic. In the process of meditation, I'm really practicing the ice and fire magic elementary cultivation. This is my foundation." Prince Rong's eyes flashed. He heard too much from Nian Bing's explanation. He had been immersed in magic for decades, but this wasn't the first time he met a magician like Nian Bing. Not only was Nian Bing a genius in the world of magic, but at the same time his luck was also amazing. Not to mention other things. Just being able to grasp the ice and fire magic elementary cultivation and obtain a few top-grade gems was already proof of his luck. Prince Rong had always believed that strength and hard work were proportional. However, he also believed in luck. If a person didn't have a bit of luck in his life, then he wouldn't be able to achieve great things. Which powerhouse in the world could grow up to be separated from luck? Ordinary people also had luck, but the difference between ordinary people and powerhouses was that they couldn't grasp the opportunities brought by their luck. Nian Bing looked at the Prince Rong cards and thought, "I've already said what I should say. Now it's time for you to fulfill your promise and let me go." Prince Rong looked up at Nian Bing and said, "Yes, you can leave at any time. However, don't you want to take back your swords? Without them, you won't be able to use the mimicry magic, and even your own strength will be greatly reduced. There's one thing you might not know. Until now, although you're already a magic shooter, you still haven't unleashed the power of the Stone of Fire." Nian Bing snorted disdainfully. "Don't think too highly of yourself. I might not be unaware of what you know. The power of these top-grade gems is closely related to the user's ability. Only when I'm strong will they be able to display more power. Am I right? Prince Rong, I do want my treasures back, but are you willing to give them to me? Back then, you sent people to chase us for thousands of miles just for a Stone of Fire. Now that there are 6 gems in front of you, are you willing to give them up?" Prince Rong smiled coldly, suppressing the anger that was aroused by Nian Bing. You say you understand, but in fact, you don't fully understand these 6 swords. They're no longer just 6 gems. The combination of the gems and the swords forms a connection between the soul and the body. Even if the gems are removed, part of the gem's power will be absorbed by the swords, causing the value of the gems to decrease greatly. However, these 6 magic swords were no longer available to just anyone. The so-called divine artifact recognizes its master. When a divine artifact of this level recognizes its master, its aura will be completely connected to its master. Unless its master dies, no one else will be able to use it. I believe that these 6 sabers have all drunk your blood before. Hearing Prince Rong's words, Nian Bing suddenly remembered. That's right. Regardless of whether it was the Morning Dew Dagger and the righteous Yang Saber that he had personally forged, or the 4 treasured blades that he had obtained later on, they had all drunk his blood. Even the Wind of Freedom's gentle song and the proud Heaven Saber had been nourished by Longji's blood before he left Ice Snow City. The swords recognized him as their master. His heart suddenly became warm.